So big team we have today from Berlin, huh? Mudassi, good morning, Mr. Mudassi Hamed. You can activate your audio now, even for a few minutes, I think. Then they will close all of our microphones.
Hi, Krasina. How are you? Nice to meet you again.
Long time that we don't see each other face to face, eh? And the pandemic now is making everything even more difficult. But I hope next year that we can have you in Europe, finally. Teresa, Valerio, good morning. Mr. Muhammad, good morning. Some character that I cannot read. It's appearing. Urs, do you have any information about Julian? And Thorsten Kietz, our IT manager from Berlin.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning, Thorsten. Thank you very much to be here.
Ronnie, Julian will come soon, no problem.
Here he is. I have seen Julian.
Good.
Good morning, Julian. Thank you, Urs, for informing. Miss Alina, good morning. Oh, I see. Good morning, Frimpong from Ghana. Good morning. Oh, this one is my preference. And Julia starts to laugh now, I suppose. Oh. I was not saying Julian, I was saying Giulia Ucero. Julian, I think we are ready in a few minutes to start. Good morning, Dr. Brandon. Federica finally joined us. Good morning, Federica. I don't know if you were connected before, but I have seen you now.
Yes, I will.
Ciao.
Good morning, all.
I see now Marian Dragomir in front of me. Ciao. And Mr. Wael Awad. Professor. Are you ready, Julian? It will be a long day, long journey. And Luca Guardincerri from the Skillman team. And Luca Marciano also, I think. Oh, also Shanti is connected. Good morning, Shanti. Thank you very much to join. My friend Yasser, one of the founder of Skillman Network, is here. Thank you, Yasser. With your presence, you always confirm this long time ago friendship. Thank you very much. Miss Teresa, good morning. I see you in the camera now. I think it's time to start, Julian. What do you say? You have to activate your microphone to take the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Absolutely, perfectly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Welcome and good morning to the Skillman International Forum 2020. We have a very, very exciting schedule of activities and speakers over the next 2 days, and we're so very glad that you are able to join us today. So our opening session comprises 5 amazing speakers, and I'd like to introduce the very first one. Mr. Giovanni Crisona is the founder of the Skillman Consortium. He's an international consultant on capacity building in the TVET sector and the founder and president of CSCS in Italy. He's also the managing director of ABU Plus International Germany. So before we begin quickly, just to say, if you have any questions, please feel free to type them into the chat box and we can address those at the end of the opening session. So without further ado, Mr. Crisona, over to you.
Thank you very much, Julian, for this outstanding launch of the conference 2020, the Skillman International Forum 2020. It is an honor and a privilege for me, on behalf of the Skillman Network, to start the works of this sixth edition of the forum, which has been organized in collaboration with IVETA, that you represent, AR, EAPRIL, and in partnership with the European Training Foundation of the European Union. Thank you very much for this support and collaboration. And before starting to explain the reason why we are here today, in my opinion, of course, I want to thank you, all of you, all the participants, for being here. It is not possible for me, for reason of time, to mention all the delegations and our Skillman's members present today, the honorable speakers, the distinguished personalities, all friends, colleagues, public officials at national ministries and regional administrations, which, being here together or during the next 2 days, are confirming the great interest that the Skillman Network generates around, and the great success of this initiative that, by coincidence, falls on the same day as the third European Educational Summit that is attended by several European ministries, and I think is a magnet for participation, but we also hope to have our small success in this regard. I thank you. I thank very much the experts for accepting the invitation, and a special mention to the European Commission, which provide us with the necessary resources to deploy our activity, but also with an effective support during the works, because the European Commission allows us to benefit from its outstanding speakers, like Mr. Santos, that will follow my turn, and I think he is also very well known by many of us. Thank you, Joao, to be here. I wish also to extend my deep appreciation for their support to ADB, ILO, JRC, CEDEFOP, OSD, and ETF, in particular to Giorgio, my friend Giorgio Tsimios, that is a team leader and of an important team that we collaborate with, and for their efforts to further develop the role of the network of the Networks for Excellence in TVET that we believe so much. At the moment, there are 82 participants connected, but more than 450 in turn are expected, because last subscription arrived yesterday night, and to this number. We have in front a drive that we want to go through, and it's our drive, our Skillman drive, and this drive, of course, that starts from a vision and arrives to an excellence identification, is very much in line with the European Commission and European Union acts. And now we have a lot of changes in the field, and even a few days ago we can mention last one, the Osnabrück Declaration, that it's a sort of not the Osnabrück Declaration, but this drive is a sort of continuous renewing and refreshing of important values that we as a Skillman Network bring on. The declaration of Osnabrück confirm completely that our line is very much overlapped to to the intentions of the European Commission, and we promote green and transition to digital. So what we can read now in the European Commission acts and the official page, that the TVET responds to the need of the economy, but also, and this is our very important part for us, also provides learners with skills for personal development and active citizenship. I think that behind this statement there is all the essence of the Skillman network collaboration, because we have this very much important commitment to ethics, and I think that this combination among technical skills and skills for life and for work, it's a focus point that that is one of the arguments that fill the forum even this year. So excellence for us is not excellence for someone, but is excellence for all. I would like to mention here the important work that ETF has published with the team. And I also would like to mention Julian Stanley, my friend from ETF, that also remarks this concept of excellence for all. And the social dimension and the green skills are our dimension, the dimension of the Skillman network. So what we are looking to promote is something that match together a new vision or innovative vision, but now it's not anymore the right definition. We have this strong commitment to an horizontal concern that include the social dimension in our activities. So we want to have, as a Skillman network, a strong impact. We want to give a sense to learning, giving not only technical skills, but matching the technical skills with the reason of life. So for a peaceful planet and for friendship and for promoting a good and right society in the differences of our cultures and point of views. So how we are promoting this now, we are launching after the Skillman Florence declaration of this year, that was officially then published this year in February, that was the result of the work of the previous Skillman International Forum. We are now launching our Skillman new ethical campaign that is starting now. You will receive the link to endorse the campaign in the next days, and we are still in line with the Council recommendation of the European Union for sustainable competitiveness and social fairness and resilience. We are in line with the European Pact for Skills. Probably the next speakers will explain better all these concepts. So our campaign look to have an ethical engagement in the advanced manufacturing sector. Do we have an impact on this? I think that our modest work is collecting in some way results and is collecting good feedback. The network is growing up. Now we are passing 600 members, and we are collaborating seriously on the direction of the excellence for TVET. In this regard, we have created a sub-network of members, a network of members that are collected under the umbrella of the Coves.eu and Global Coves initiative. This was started last year in 2019 with several meetings and engagements at territorial level. And we are going to put together all these partners in coalitions, regional coalitions that are composed by companies, policymakers, individuals, and vet providers to look at the regional dimension, to look and to focus into the innovation and into the market needs to create with what we have called the Skillman anticipation life cycle, or the Skillman anticipation wave, to look to changes, to identify what are the skills needed for the future, and to provide the labor market with the right labor force in time and not in delay, as always we suffer from this system. And of course, in this, we want to include ethical values that can be not only considered as important for the system, but can also be embedded in the curricula pathway. We try to make this work in two directions. One is internally to the Skillman network, and the other one is involving other partners, other stakeholders, with a continuous effort in creating places where it's possible to discuss the issues, and not only at European level, not only in Europe, but also extending this presence in other contexts, in other cultures, with collaboration of other organizations. We will see the collaboration from Asian countries that is very much important, our strong partners from Bangladesh, from China. We have this collaboration open with ADB. So everything is bringing us in a general and very, very big discussion, and with the different kind of stakeholders involved. What we are doing in concrete in terms of collaboration among TVET providers that look to excellence for all is to have established a system for a systematic approach to the excellence evaluation and improving. In this regard, we have this tool that we are developing. We have passed the first stage, now we are, and there is an important workshop during the Skillman Forum that will talk about the setting of the Skillman assessment, the self-assessment tool of Skillman. And this mechanism that we promote is a common self-evaluation based on the 25 variables that we consider in the literature as the starting point, and then to make a system that allow our partners of the global COVID initiatives to tune the variables to deal with the excellence considered as a result that can increase and can be measured, like in the graphic that in the chart that you can see now, establishing goals level and going on with the changes and collaboration. The first period of application of this system that is in continuous and now is under development was involving 100 organizations. You can see a big amount of turnover behind them. You can see from these numbers also a large number of teachers and professors and trainers involved in this mechanism. So we have collected important information, and we have produced a first stage analysis on the excellence on TVET. I think my time is going to finish, but I have the hand. I have the end in front of me of my speech with just a remark on the last 3 points that we think important to be fixed for understanding our intentions and our purposes, our drive. One is the interpretation of TVET. I use TVET because we are collaborating, and our network is composed by partners from all over the world and not only from European countries. So we need to consider the TVET as an homeostatic system. This is our idea that requires an holistic approach. and not as a closed system that regard only the experts and the professionals of the field, the professors, teachers, tutors. No, we need to open our world to other contexts. We need to collaborate with the business world. We need to have a more wider perspective. The sense of community must drive us addressing global challenges, the mega trends, the biggest points of, you remember the Skillman Florence Declaration and the discussion and debate in Florence. We need to address these mega trends, and we have to look to the regional dimension that is the only one that allows us to cooperate. I would like to mention that we have several regional governments that are engaged, actively engaged, and that drive this discussion for the Global COVID initiative. We will see, I was saying hello before to Anna Maria from Apulia region, but we also have the Emilia-Romagna regional administration that is very well engaged, and several other organizations from Sweden, from Austria, from Germany. So finally, we have to consider excellence not as something that provoke barriers, but something for leveling up the performances of all. And we need to go behind the traditional function of TVET, thinking to provide our services not only to students, but providing everyone with skills and qualifications for life and work. This is, I think, very much important message that I would like to leave you. Thank you very much for your attention to my modest speech. I hope that this forum will be of success like last year, and I hope that you will find all your space and way to interact and collaborate. Thank you very much, Julian. The floor is next to you. Silent moment.
Okay, finally, I'm unmuted. Thank you very much, Giovanni, for that very wonderful opening speech. And I'm sure some of your salient points will be expounded and discussed over the next couple of days. Good morning and good afternoon to you. If you've just joined us, welcome to the Skillman International Forum 2020. I hope you'll take the opportunity to interact with us and put your questions in the chat box for discussion later. Our next speaker needs little introduction, particularly if you've been involved in Erasmus Plus programs. Mr. João Santos is the senior expert in the Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion at the European Commission in Brussels. Mr. Santos is going to be talking about European Union strategies for COVEs, or Centers of Vocational Excellence. Mr. Santos, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers and the team of Giovanni Cresona, because I'm sure it's a tremendous amount of work to set up a conference like this. So congratulations once again for organizing this, and also for inviting the Commission to be present. I will have a short presentation. I will try to put it on now. Can you see the slides?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So what I'll try to do in the next 12 minutes, it's not much time, so some of the things I'm going to just briefly touch upon them is, if you want, the learning outcomes of this short session are three. The first one is that we want to give you a word of encouragement for the work you are doing on the Centers of Vocational Excellence, because you'll see they are very much part of the actions we are taking at the European level to modernize vocational education and training. The second point is that we are not only having this policy drive, but also putting money where our mouth is, in the sense that COVE initiative is being supported with a very significant budget in the next multi-financial framework. We are still finalizing the discussions with the Parliament and the Council of the precise amounts that will be available under Erasmus+. But beyond Erasmus+, there are other funds that I'll briefly explain that are also supporting the initiative. And the third element is that we are not only having a policy drive, having funding for the initiative, but we are also providing a set of support services to make sure that the projects that are engaged in vocational excellence are adequately supported with technical expertise, with networking opportunities, and with scientific research and development, so that these projects can be more effective. So I will now go on to give you the wider perspective, policy perspective, although Giovanni has already mentioned some of it, that what we are doing is not isolated and just something for vocational education and training or vocational excellence, but it in fact fits a much wider strategic view on policy making in education and training. The first element I would like to mention, which is a wide framework on how we relate also to other education and training sectors, is of course the European education area. It was a communication adopted on the 30th of September that provides 6 dimensions in which we have to work together, the European member states, and I would say the world, if we want to modernize education and training and ensure that it is fit for purpose. This strategy has 6 dimensions. I'm not going to get into detail, but it includes quality, inclusion and gender, green and digital transitions, teachers and trainers. It fits these 6 dimensions sort of provide the framework for the work we are doing to achieve a European education area. But besides this, we also had our Vice President launching the skills agenda, which was adopted on the 1st of July, which provides 12 very concrete actions. So not only anticipating future skill needs, but ensuring that we mobilize society in general to understand that skills is not only an issue for the education and training sector, it's really a societal challenge if we want to address it, and we have to bring companies together, very much like Skillsman is doing, bringing all the relevant stakeholders together to discuss how we have to prepare the education system, and not only discuss, but really deliver on the ground. And the last element I'd like to share with you is what we are doing under the umbrella of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which has as its first principle the possibility and ensuring that everyone has the right to lifelong learning, not only the young people in getting the qualifications they need for the transition to the labor market, but in particular the adults, the millions of adults throughout Europe that will need upskilling and reskilling to maintain employability and quality of life. And in this respect, I would like to mention 2 particular initiatives, very recent initiatives that have been taken. The first one is the Council recommendation on vocational education and training that Giovanni has briefly touched upon. And here we've identified, together with the member states and also the social partners, what should be a strategic vision for the future of VET in Europe. We're talking about not only ensuring that VET is agile and responsive to what are developments in the economy and society in general, making sure that VET is a driver for innovation. So not only focusing on social inclusion, where it obviously has a very big role, but also having VET as an element for growth and for social inclusion. Beyond the VET recommendation, which, as I said, sets a strategic vision of European VET cooperation, we had just a few days ago, on the 30th of November, the Osnabrück Declaration that goes beyond the member states, but also brings together the social partners, and I would say a very important element, the European associations of VET providers. There were 6 in particular that had a declaration supporting the Osnabrück Declaration, but also the people that we are supposed to be serving, which is also the young people, the learners. So bringing together, supporting this declaration, the European Apprentices Network, and OBESU as well. And what the Osnabrück Declaration does, in complement to the Council recommendation, is provide very concrete areas of action that are linked to the Council recommendation, which, as I said, sets the strategic view. The Osnabrück Declaration is more practical in the way that it defines 4 major objectives to ensure that we deliver on the Council recommendation. Now, going to what is the core of our discussion, I'd like to share with you just a 1 minute of a short video explaining what the Centers of Vocational Excellence, the way we've conceived it at the European level, is all about. I'm sure that many of you have already seen this video because, in fact, it's one of the most viewed animation videos we have in the area of VET, but there might be some people that haven't seen it yet, and I will try to briefly explain what are these elements afterwards. So here we go. So I hope the video gave you a brief overview of what is the concept behind the Centers of Vocational Excellence. But just to tell you that what we want basically is to create a sharing community, transnational collaborative platforms in which the very best that is happening in the Netherlands, in Ukraine, in the Basque country, in Italy, that the VET centers and the VET stakeholders, because it's not only about the education system, but also companies, public employment services, policymakers, regional development agencies, that they come together, they understand strategically where a region wants to place itself in the future, and then uses the capabilities of the education and training sector to contribute to innovation, to regional development, smart specialization strategies, and cluster strategies. So this is basically the idea we have behind, is that we all look beyond our belly buttons. We look at the very best that is happening in other countries, and we work together, we share experiences so that there's no need to reinvent the wheel, and collectively we can improve the provision of vocational education and training, looking at the individual, empowering the individual to have fulfilling lives and be employable. So this is basically the idea behind it. Now, what we are doing is, as I said, not only pushing for the policy, but also funding. And I'd like to mention that in the first year, in 2019, we launched a pilot call. We had very little resources at the time for it, and we were not completely sure of how the concept would develop. So we used this first pilot call to identify how the market was interpreting our our initiative, and also to learn from these project applications, what do they have which was really unique that we could further build on to help us improve the calls for the future. In the first year, we had quite a few applications and we selected 5 very good projects. They are all there in the slide. You've got the web links as well if you want to get more details, but they cover various sectors from advanced manufacturing, an excellent consortia that is also being established and led by the Basque Country, but involving, as I said, many other countries. We've got a cluster on water. We have one on digital innovation hubs. We have Internet of Things on smart manufacturing. And we've also got one that goes beyond industrial sectors, looking at cultural and creative industries. So these projects have been launched in 2019. They are finishing their first phase of their project, and we hope that we will learn from these projects to further improve the concept that we are developing for the Centers of Vocational Excellence. Learning from these 2019 pilot projects, in 2020 we launched another initiative of projects that in fact have just started their work on the 1st of November. Here we chose 7 projects of 55 that we received, and I think an important element I would like to mention is that of these projects that we received, project applications, we had in total consortia from 52 different countries, and 25 of them were outside the European Union. So this shows that the COVES, as also Skillman is a proof of it, is attracting attention worldwide and is bringing partners together from all over the world. So from countries inside the European Union and countries outside the European Union that really want to embrace vocational excellence as a way of modernizing the vocational systems and empowering people, providing people with the skills that will help them contribute to regional and local development. So this has been, I would say, one of the biggest achievements with the initiative so far. I'm not going to get into the details of these projects. I can provide you, we have fact sheets for each of them. I can provide you with more elements. And what I can say is that we are planning right now a new call, which we hope can be published during the month of January, February, depends on the negotiations that are currently taking place with the Council and the Parliament, but we'll have a new call, and in the next 7 years, we'll have every single year a call for Centers of Vocational Excellence that is not only open to the European Union countries, but to all countries all over the world. So everyone can apply. We will, of course, fund essentially the European partners, but we are working on to see to what extent we could also fund the parts of partners that come from outside Europe. I cannot guarantee anything, but I'll just like to tell you that we are looking into that aspect. Just to mention, of the 25 dimensions or activities that we support under the Centers of Vocational Excellence, we analyzed the call that we had last year, and we saw that the majority of the focus, which is good, is on developing business education partnerships, on governance and stakeholder involvement, looking not only at initial training, but also continuing training for upskilling and reskilling of adults. I'm not going to get into all these details, but just to tell you that there's a wide variety of activities that these Centers of Vocational Excellence are concentrating on. A final word, just to tell you that, as I said in the beginning of my introduction, it's not only about policy drive, so the skills agenda, the VET recommendation, Osnabrück, that's what we're doing on a policy level. We are funding, as I mentioned, and beyond the Erasmus Plus, I'd like to say that we also have the European Social Fund, the European Regional Development Fund. We have the Recovery and Resilience Facility with billions of euros to support the member states that they can use if they want to support the Centers of Vocational Excellence, but we are also developing the set of support services. And I'll just briefly tell you that we are thinking of 3 particular hubs, one which is knowledge, where we will try to develop new research, supporting vocational excellence throughout the world, identifying ways of developing the concept based on evidence. We'll have another hub looking at capacity building and networking, so bringing the partners together so that they can exchange experiences, conferences, seminars where we will discuss vocational excellence, and then a technical assistance and counseling where we will provide concrete tools for the projects to develop, but also identifying sources of funding and so on. The last slide I want to share with you, and sorry, Giovanni, for going a little bit out of time, has to do with the community of practice on vocational excellence that we want to set up. So basically what we want is not to direct this, but to provide the conditions to create a community of practice in vocational excellence in which we at the policy level can listen to you, can understand what are your difficulties, what are your needs, what areas would you like us to conduct research on, what kind of support you need to be successful. But we want this community of practice to be driven by the practitioners so that you tell us what we need, what you need to help you make your initiatives on vocational excellence successful. So, Giovanni, this is what I had to say for today. I am open for questions if there is the opportunity to do it, but you can also send me, in the first slide, you've got my LinkedIn and Twitter accounts. You can also send me an email, and I'll be happy to answer if there's any issues that you'd like to discuss with me. So, thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santosh, for telling us and reconfirming that policymakers and governments are supportive of the VAT industry as a whole, and that there is a pragmatic and practical way forward for us to achieve excellence. So again, if you have questions for Mr. Santosh, please put it into the chat box, and we are going to move on to our next speaker. There's a slight switch in proceedings, and I would now like to introduce Mr. Daniele Bassan, who is the project manager for the World-Class Manufacturing Research and Innovation Unit for Fiat in Orbassano in Italy. And he is going to talk about industry's contribution, specifically Fiat's, to the Global Coves Initiative. So over to you, Mr. Bassan.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you also, Giovanni, to inviting myself. I will show you how an industrial partner can be an active actor in the skill ecosystem. But I will start giving first a short introduction about my company. So Fiat Research Center was founded in 1978. It is a global innovation research hub, and currently has also a network that is more than 1,800 partners that are from industry and also academia. We have something like 2,000 patent rights that are protecting close to 500 inventions, and our mission is mainly to develop and transfer innovative product and process and methodologies to improve the competitiveness of FCA Group. Giving some word on and an overview on FCA Group, on the left you can see FCA brand and also the companies. While on the right, there is the company dimension. FCA is operating in over 40 different countries with over 100 plants and over 40 research and development centers. In 2019, the overall vehicle production was set to 4.5 million, and worldwide the employees are something like close to 200,000 units. This is just to give you the idea of what is behind. The Fiat Research Center is located in Italy, north of Italy, Turin, as you can see also in this picture. But move to the world-class manufacturing. World-class manufacturing is a production methodology that has been adopted by FCA plants worldwide and involve the entire organization from safety to environment, maintenance, logistics, and quality. The primary objective of world-class manufacturing is the continuous improvement in our area of production in order to guarantee the quality of final product and also to meet customer expectation. The projects that are developed under world-class manufacturing methodologies target the elimination of all forms of waste and loss, with the ultimate objective, as you can see on the bottom right, of achieving zero accidents, zero waste, zero breakdown, and zero inventory. In 2006, the world-class manufacturing became a Fiat commitment, started with the Fiat Group Automobile in 2005, and now in progress with all Fiat Chrysler Automobile and CNH industrial sector. The world-class manufacturing is now extended also to supplier. supporting them in the implementation phase through a dedicated team of engineers. And in 2006 was also created a world-class manufacturing association that collect all the companies in the world that are applying the world-class manufacturing system. But in particular, world-class manufacturing also a dedicated training team. Training in world-class manufacturing plays an important role, not only as a support of activities in the world-class manufacturing pillar, but also determining factor in the creation of the world-class manufacturing culture, and then developing the specific know-how, and finally as an opportunity for internal resource growth. In the factory, we have also the people development pillar that has a direct role in identifying and implementing training action through the priorities that are outlined by the cost deployment. But there is also the dedicated team of training, the world-class manufacturing training and consulting within the world-class manufacturing department that support and implement training initiative in the manufacturing world, adopting the training method that you can see listed right in this table. The world-class manufacturing training consulting perform also study session on the best practice to scout the most valuable solution to be then transferred into the company. We have a specific toolbox that are using in order to improve finally the skill of people and the company performance. The world-class manufacturing training and consulting team on the left. In the center, we have also the world-class manufacturing academies. So basically, each plant is going to have a dedicated area that is called World-Class Manufacturing Academy, where people are trained on the new technologies, on the new solution, in order then to improve and speed up the technology transfer from the research to the application. We have also the professional and leadership skill that are used to support the FCA manufacturing activities, the supplier, the association company, and also the external company that are belonging also to industries that are other from automotive. They provide training solution both in person and also in remote mode. We have finally also the World-Class Manufacturing Web Academy that provide via web training on world-class manufacturing, technical training, and other kind of training as Industry 4.0, electrification content, and other. Finally, I would like also to mention that we support school program because the training consulting team and also the academy support several projects of collaboration with school and university. One example, for instance, is also the high school orientation, but also we organize plant visit for students and so on, just to share our know-how and just to involve young people in the manufacturing world. I will take now some slides already presented by our previous presenter. In the past, this is the skill ecosystem, and this is just to give the idea of our role in the skill ecosystem. So as an industrial company, we have strong interest and active role to address skill development for business performance on the new technologies that are then selected and developed in the research center. But we have also a role as a trainer, because we have the World-Class Manufacturing Academy, and there we normally improve our personnel with the new technologies. Then there are also the other actors in the skill ecosystem that I already know. And more in detail, our role is consisting in the following point. According normally to the company industrial need, we look for new solutions to be then adopted in order to improve the competitiveness of our product. We perform technology scouting through research and development project, also in connection with other research European center, university, and supplier. So we can identify, select, and optimize relevant new technologies in the manufacturing field. Thanks to this action, we can go through a skill foresight analysis in connection also with the university and the vocational center. And we can provide input in terms of education training needs. And just to close the loop with this input, then the university and the vocational center can then qualify new personnel that we can include in our company in order to speed up the technological transfer from new technology from the research. Going to our previous experience with the Skillman project, basically we started in 2014 with the participation of Skillman project. In the same year, the Skillman network was launched officially, and we were also co-founder. In January 2015, then started the Skillman project that was also based from our side on the curricula definition on industrial need. And we take also part of the technological observatory that was born in the Skillman network. And finally, the first Skillman International Forum was set in 2015. Our role in the project was mainly focused on advanced manufacturing sector. It was the identification of new emerging technologies, the development of the technologies through also our research and the development project, and then the identification of training need by the curricula definition in order to provide input for subsequent implementation in the production. And in particular, in the Skillman project, we identify some curricula related to the Industry 4.0, in particular the Industry 4.0 Energy Manager, the Industry and Production Manager, and finally the Industry and Production Specialist. So, as already mentioned, our role was also in the Observatory for New Emerging Technologies. And starting from the Industry 4.0 evolution, you can see in the bottom the main topics related to the technology that were also considered in the Skillman project. The current driver in the industrial and advanced manufacturing field are a sort of evolution of Industry 4.0. And by the adoption of new technologies related to the artificial intelligence for process management, new device for immersive reality, like also the integrated physical one, the digital twin, and also new IoT solution. So starting from this current driver and megatrend, we can look for the new training and educational needs. So basically there is an increasing trend in the demand for highly specialized skill and profile in leading areas for green and digital transition, such as artificial intelligence, including big data, blockchain, including also cybersecurity, cloud computing, Internet of Things, robotic, and all relevant advanced manufacturing solutions, emerging technologies in additive manufacturing, electrification, and as well also hydrogen. The digital transformation required a training system moving from a logic of providing educational programs to a logic of training new skill and profession. So it's also urgent to reduce the gap between the market that are represented also by the industrial needs and the VET, intervening both to increase the supply of expert and graduate and to strengthen the quality of paths of study, updating teacher, assessing university performance, promoting new courses, including also cross-sectional activities. And for that, the cooperation in the interaction among all the actors committed in the course initiative is the key for the success. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bassan, for your wonderful presentation. It just goes to show that it's so important for all the stakeholders in VAT not to work in a vacuum, but to actually share their experiences and help to build each other's sectors up. Our next speaker is going to be Alexa James. Now, Alexa is the Director of Education System Leaders at Microsoft, and her expertise lies in education, technology, and public affairs. Alexa will be talking about the new programs in skills by Microsoft corporations. The floor is yours, Alexa.
Thank you, Julian. I'm really pleased to be here with you all today to give you some insight into the work that we've been doing at Microsoft around future ready skills and how we partner and wish to partner more closely with other companies and with the TVET sector to continue to build skill sets of young people graduating from TVET institutions across Europe. So we've all seen that 2020 has been a pretty mind-blowing year for the TVET sector. It's been incredibly challenging for TVET educators, for leaders of institutions, and for the students themselves to adjust to the new normal, which is emerging as part of the COVID situation. And it's meant that there's been incredibly quick pivots in terms of how teaching and learning is happening within the institutions, and particularly there's been very high pressure on educators within institutions to adjust to a more digital way of teaching and learning so that students can continue to learn even at distance. And when we look at the figures right now coming out of UNESCO, who are monitoring the education system as a whole, we see that across the world, only 1 in 3 students are actually back in the physical classroom. And for the TVET sector, that number is even higher, is even lower in terms of who is actually back in the classroom, because the students are older and so subject to many more constraints. We've also seen that students in the TVET sector are incredibly concerned about their future. The economic fallout from the COVID situation is really impacting young people, both from a psychological standpoint, but also in terms of concerns about their ability to go out and get a job when they graduate from their education career. And so at Microsoft, we've really stepped up our response to skills development in response to the COVID situation. We have launched numerous new programs to ensure that we can support education institutions, individuals, job seekers, students to get access to the skills and knowledge that they need to really survive and thrive in the digital economy. And using the power of insight that we have from the LinkedIn graph, which is part of the Microsoft family, we're really able to track and monitor what exactly are the skills that are needed to build learning pathways in response to job market demands, and to then offer those to institutions so that they can integrate those with the teaching and learning and curriculum that they already have in place. So COVID has just really sharpened this need for fast digital transformation, not just in how we teach and learn, but also in what we learn. And when we think about the manufacturing industry, there is a big shift in terms of the skills needs. And this applies equally across the economy. This data comes from analysis of the World Economic Forum and OECD research. And we're seeing that across the education sector, and including TVET, and for the job requirements for any graduates coming out of the education system, there's a huge increase in demand for technological skills, and this has only been sharpened by the COVID situation. We see even traditional businesses that were very reluctant to become digital are digitally transforming to adapt to digital payments or creating web ordering processes. But equally, because of the distance and the challenges that people are facing, there's this big rise in the need for social and emotional skills, for people to be able to interact, to be empathic, to be responsive, to be collaborative, to be communicative, and a growth in the need for higher cognitive skills, where we're able to really think about building new approaches, building new systems, and a reduction in the need for those traditional basic cognitive skills and physical and manual skills that would have formed a part of a more earlier industrial revolution pathway. So we're now in this 4th industrial revolution where there is a scarcity of that tech talent, particularly a scarcity of people able to combine deep vertical sector knowledge together with technology. And we're also seeing a growth in the need for companies to think about diversity and inclusion. Those companies in the manufacturing and in the technology industry who have a stronger focus on diversity and inclusion are more successful on the job market, on the stock market. They are able better to design products which suit a wider range of people. So this is really increasing in terms of the needs on the job market. And we're seeing a dramatic increase in the use of AI and automation throughout industry, which is only going to continue to rise. So we need more young people who are able not just to consume digital tools, which we know they're very good at, but to really produce and to create using the digital insight and using high-level professional digital skills. And we're also seeing within the manufacturing sector that the value of the technology components within products is increasing. So for instance, I was talking some time back with the CIO of Daimler-Benz, who was telling me that the value of the IT components and the software within their cars far exceeded the other materials and the other parts of the vehicle. So when we want to adapt to this challenge, we need to be thinking about how can we digitally transform to enable new ways of learning, teaching, and working. And also, how can we better bring these partnerships that you've all so well described to happen regularly at scale, to be a part of the normal way of teaching and learning in education institutions. And as we're still in this phase where so many students are learning at distance, we're also seeing the challenge that many students are feeling disconnected from their learning. They feel that they're learning alone. We've seen an increase in the dropout rates in most institutions because students don't feel sufficiently supported and engaged. And even from a product design perspective at Microsoft, we've been working very hard to address this. We've found that traditional online video interactions where we're all in small boxes have a high cognitive load compared to being in a traditional face-to-face classroom. And that's why there's this kind of Zoom fatigue or online meeting fatigue that we all talk about. And what we found by redesigning the actual interface and using this example here, this is Teams Together mode, by getting students and faculty to feel as if they are more like in a traditional room, creates a stickiness of experience, creates a more social experience than in a traditional video call. And I've seen it myself when I've been running trainings. People start to try to reach out and almost touch each other virtually. And it breaks down a lot of the barriers where people in virtual environments and students in virtual environments often sit back and don't interact to the same extent as they would in a real life classroom environment. But this is challenging for the educators to adapt to. And so we've been working extremely hard to support educators and faculty to redesign the way that they deliver learning, the way that they approach their curriculum, that they build these hybrid approaches through offering training in our online platforms and regular webinars. And we're working to partner with TVET and universities to really build that learning culture, to get students excited about technology and STEM, to get students ready for jobs with industry relevant material, and to offer curriculum and training for faculty and educators to be able to deliver high-tech training in IoT or in AI or in creating automated workflows. So the way that we see this is that in the TVET stage, we really need to be ensuring that we're landing those computer science fundamentals, introducing programming and design thinking, introducing the cloud, introducing AI, and then as students become specialized to then align to different roles, whether it's more financial and technical skills, whether it's manufacturing skills. There are different role-based pathways that we provide which can help students to segue into a job in that space. And we offer the Imagine Academy for free to any institution which is using Microsoft Office. This is particularly well used by TVET institutions where we're bringing in that computer science fundamentals, data science, but also productivity skills, because as I mentioned, we see young people being great digital consumers, but not always great digital producers. And as they become more confident, and we then suggest to switch to the Microsoft Learn program, which is where we go really deep on technology. There are bite-sized tutorials, engaging modules, hands-on sessions where students can actually build real solutions using cloud products. It enables you to build out pathways according to your area of interest. And we offer all of this also to education institutions. So for educators in TVET institutions, you can sign up to download all of the teaching materials, the curriculum that can be used to introduce some of these really high-tech topics into your manufacturing curricula. And we're also offering a beta program, which we'd love to have more of you join, where we're also offering training to the faculty who engage in these programs, as well as the opportunity to work with us to jointly map curricula and to create new courses which really integrate manufacturing and other TVET topics together with these really critical digital high-level skills, which are so essential for success. One of the big challenges we have seen during the COVID phase has also been that many institutions and many students want to take the formal Microsoft certifications as well as taking the curriculum. And it's very difficult to actually manage a physical in-class examination. And so we worked really hard to create a new exam from home experience so that any student could actually take an exam from home, from their own room, and be able to actually graduate with those Microsoft certifications alongside their traditional academic pathway. And we've dropped the cost of certifications for education compared to what we offer to professionals. And in the education space, they cost 1/10 of what the certifications cost for people in businesses and in other roles. I also want to touch briefly on really exciting and emerging technology approaches for driving manufacturing skills specifically. We have some fantastic work going on with mixed reality using the HoloLens, where we are offering businesses the opportunity to build skills experiences using mixed reality. And so by bringing together distance experts together with mixed reality overlays over manufacturing equipment that students or new hires may be interacting with, we're seeing the ability to offer richer training, also to reduce potential problems with expensive equipment where you don't want things to go wrong. And we've seen really amazing results with the businesses and the universities and the other institutions that we've been bringing this technology in to work with. So we're seeing reduced errors, reduced waste, and really transformative projects coming out of using this emerging technology. So amazing opportunities in how we can partner in terms of curriculum. I think this is the right time for us to come together as industry, as education institutions, with the support of governments like the European Commission, to really build back a new normal post-COVID, which is richer, more aligned to what students really need as they graduate from institutions, and offering them exciting possibilities and opportunities for their future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexa, for highlighting some really key issues on inclusivity, accessibility, and the need to combine some methodology in the madness. Our next speaker, last but not least, is Georgios Zissimos from our friends, the European Training Foundation, who will be talking about the ENE, the ETF Networks for Excellence. So without further ado, Georgios. Looks like we may have lost Mr. Georgios.
Probably they have some connection problem. We can also open
Hello.
Okay. Giorgio, good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay. Just to say hi with my video camera, and I will switch off my video camera. I think it helps a bit because my connection is really weak. So apologies for that. I hope it allows me to do the presentation. So I'm Georgios Zissimos. I work for ETF. I'm leading a team for the Centers of Vocational Excellence. We are partnering with Skillman in this attempt, and we are grateful, of course, for all the work they're doing. Thanks to Giovanni and his team, but also all the other partners all around the world. It's impressive, this work. Only by looking the list of participants today, where they come from, I think it's very impressive. So before I go on these slides, let me just say that, comment a bit on the title of this forum, that you're talking about redefining the future of learning. And of course, in this idea of redefining, we need to see what are the three key questions for pedagogy over the centuries when it comes to learning. And these questions, of course, is what we learn, how we learn it, and for what. If you consider that all around the world nowadays, we are all learning around the age of 12 to 13 the Pythagorean theorem, which was discovered by Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but we still teach that today. I think it puts in perspective this idea of redefining. We are all learning, for example, the Newton's law, which were discovered in 1680. And we do that all around the world under the physics subjects at the age of 13 to 14, more or less. So the question of what has not changed, in fact, so much. Now, what we learn from these two examples is different, of course. So how we adjust this learning to the modern needs, that, of course, needs a lot of redefinition. And I think this is a very valid question. How we learn it, it's equally important. And of course, the example that we heard from Alexa in her speech before me, noting the importance, the value of distance learning, for example, is crucial in this question. So with this as an introduction, let me go to my first slide, which is what you have now, how we see the centers of excellence. Because these three questions, what we learn, how we learn it, and for what, they are fundamental in this idea, in this perception of excellence, not only vocational excellence, but excellence in education and training in general. In our work in ETF, we have done several studies and research to identify the different understandings and perceptions of excellence in different countries all around the world. And from that sort of research and study we have done, we attempt to take vocational excellence as an idea, that as a process that is for continuous development. So we do see centers of excellence as engines for VET development, beacons for VET reform. We see them as cases of good vocational schools. You have to be a good vocational school to grow into an excellent center or a cluster. They are examples of commitment. Commitment is crucial when it comes to change and improvement, because you don't only change yourself, but you change others with you in this process. And of course, there are examples of good partnership. Usually, we're not talking about one institution, but a cluster, a group of institutions that they gather together. Often they include companies, they include universities, research centers, innovation centers, and so on. Next slide, please. In the next slide, we try to see what do we gain out of this discussion. Why talking about COVES? Why is it so important? Again, you will hear today, I'm sure, but in all the meetings where the VET community gathers all around the world, one key element comes first in this discussion: to improve attractiveness on VET. How do we improve attractiveness of VET? Well, you see that excellence and VET is not a very compatible couple in this discussion, because often VET is not perceived as an excellent option. So we think it's very timely to exactly discuss about these two elements together: how VET can become attractive and how VET can become excellent. And in doing so, we see a value in discussing about COVES regarding the human capital development, how we provide skills for learners, for adults, for young people. How do we make VET more attractive and relevant, but also how we address global challenges and internationalization of VET through the centers of excellence. Next slide, please. So following this discussion, we came up with this idea of network. We launched our network last week. I can recognize some of your names in the participants list from last week. I think we met again. So we developed this network where all the centers of excellence from different countries can join in and work in partnership to develop partnerships, to develop networks, to exchange experiences, to develop tools that are relevant to their work, and so on. And it's not just open for centers of excellence. It's open also for their partners, for the businesses that are involved in these partnerships, for the universities that are involved, for the knowledge centers, the competence centers, the research centers, and so on. So it's an ambitious goal. We have already 100 centers of excellence involved in our network. They joined us in the worst possible conditions, in times of lockdown all around the world, which again shows the commitment that is behind this term of excellence. And we are hoping that it will grow into a platform where all these interactions will happen: peer learning, partnerships, and tools. I will talk a bit about that in my next slides. Next slide, please. Now, in talking about excellence, of course, one can identify different elements of excellence. And already Giovanni talked about 25 dimensions of excellence. There can be more, even more than that. In our center, in our network, we want to focus on eight dimensions. The first one is lifelong learning. That means, how do the centers of excellence contribute not only to initial TVET, not only to young learners, but also to adults? How do they contribute for reskilling and upskilling of the working force? That's very important. You cannot be a center of excellence just focusing on young learners. The second dimension is education and business collaboration. This is fundamental. It's probably the number one. Any center of excellence has close collaboration with businesses, and they do that to develop curricula, they do that for work-based learning, they do that to understand the needs of the labor market, and so on. The third dimension we want to focus on is pedagogy. Of course, this is an obvious one. How do we train teachers? You need to have state-of-the-art equipment. You need to have the best teachers that are around. You need to have good curricula in order to be a center of excellence. So that's really fundamental. Number 4 is about smart specialization. How do the centers of excellence respond to smart specialization strategies where they exist? So smart specialization strategies, they develop niche areas. They need to identify skills for those, and then you need to provide those skills. So the centers of excellence, they have a role in this discussion. The fifth area is on the next slide. It's about Industry 4.0 and digitalization. How do the centers of excellence contribute to it? This is where advanced manufacturing comes in, by the way, that Skillman is so dedicated to. It comes under Industry 4.0. It's an important element of a center of excellence. Number 6 is about autonomy. You cannot be a center of excellence unless you have autonomy. Autonomy when it comes to financing, autonomy when it comes to pedagogy, autonomy when it comes to governance, to take decisions, to be flexible. Number 7 is about those international goals that I spoke earlier on, about the sustainable goals, about the green agenda. How do the centers of excellence contribute to that? And this is our 7th dimension that we want to focus on. And the last one, but very, very important one, is the social inclusion. How do the centers of excellence contribute to that? How do the centers of excellence train migrants, for example, or refugees? If they are indeed so good, they have to be engaged into this social dimension and contribute further to the society. So these are the 8 dimensions we focus on our network. Let me explain a few of our actions in my next slides, very, very quickly. So the next slide is about self-assessment tool for COVES. We developed a self-assessment tool. We would like to think that this is a unique tool that helps the centers of excellence and the network itself to identify needs for further development, for further cooperation, for further elaboration. The self-assessment tool focuses on 7 of the dimensions I mentioned earlier. It's not yet ready for the social inclusion, but we're working on that. It's translated, of course, in French, Russian, and English, because these these languages are relevant to the countries we work for. We have tested that over the summer with a number of different centers of excellence, and it has been launched last September to all our members. Next slide, please. So there are 7 dimensions in this self-assessment tool. You can see them on the next slide. I mentioned them already before. There are 3 levels of the indicators we use: foundational, developing, and mature level. It means that every center of excellence that fills in this self-assessment tool can identify where they stand when it comes to those 7 dimensions. And we added one last dimension, which is about leadership and collaboration, because we want to identify those centers of excellence that can lead a cluster and work with others in certain dimensions. What you see here are the preliminary findings that we presented for the first time last week. I said already that we launched this network in October. We received 70 completed questionnaires. That is a good rate, because by then we had only around 85 centers of excellence members of our network. You can see that many of them responded in Russian, some of them in English. And we involved in our testing also member states: Germany, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, etc. Next slide, please. Now, this is an interesting slide, which gives us already some information about what the centers of excellence we asked consider as their top priority, let's say. And you can see that from the 70, 69, they said that education and business collaboration is their key concern. They want to work more on that. How do you do that? How do you work closer with the businesses? How do you have trainers train in businesses? How do you do work-based learning, apprenticeships, and so on? This is fundamental, and this is something that we're working on. And of course, ETF has a long experience in those. Industry 4.0, autonomy, it's crucial. 65 say that we want to work on our autonomy, because that's what allows our flexibility to engage in different sort of needs. Lifelong learning is crucial, pedagogy is crucial, and so on. Next slide, please. So to test the idea of partnerships, we decided to kick off some partnerships ourselves as ETF. So the first one, responding perhaps to this need that centers of excellence need to contribute, need to work closely with the business world. The first partnership was on work-based learning. So it's under that dimension of business education collaboration. We kicked that last summer. And because of that, we have 12 online coaching sessions going on, 6 coaching missions. We have a cluster of centers of excellence from different countries working together. And the result of that work would be to design a baseline study. That means that they will tell us where they stand in terms of work-based learning. There would be an evaluation progress to see what has been achieved. So we want to repeat that in the years to come. And there would be, of course, many peer learning activities. This is work ongoing. And in March 2021, when we're going to have our second part of the launch event, we're going to present in more detail the findings of this exercise and be able to contribute to the discussion all around the world on how do you improve work-based learning in centers of excellence. Next slide, please. This is about our second partnership, which of course you can identify there the logo of Skillman, because in this partnership, it's more institutional one. And we wanted to work with platforms of providers like Skillman. And of course, that delivered a lot of benefits for both of us, I hope. Many online sessions, many exchanges, and opportunities for Skillman and ETF to contribute to the work of each other. There is work going on digitalization. And of course, next year, we're going to have even more activities. This afternoon, you will hear from colleagues from ETF talking about different dimensions of this collaboration. Next slide, please. The next partnership that we launched very recently, and here you can see just the figures. I don't want to reveal yet any results, but it's about autonomy. Again, we recognize the importance of autonomy for coves. And what you see here are the countries involved in this partnership, where the centers of excellence clustered together, and the aim is to develop a baseline study on autonomy and at the same time design some policy briefs. Why policy briefs? Because we want the policymakers involved. It's not enough to work just with one center of excellence, but we need to have this sort of transmission of excellence that we often preach in ETF. That means to help the vet system to grow beyond just the centers of excellence. So this is our third partnership. It's ongoing, and you will hear more about that again in our March event 2021. The next slide is about an area that is becoming, of course, very advanced nowadays. That is of smart specialization. Many countries develop smart specialization strategies to identify niche areas that they want to develop further, to understand what makes sense for their own local needs, but to also support the economy. But of course, those smart specialization strategies, they are not complete unless they have a skills dimension in them. And once you have, of course, the skills needs, you need then to have the provision of those skills. And that's where the centers of excellence come in. So we're working now on the skills for smart specialization. And the next slide is about our tool that we are working on, our model, let's say, our approach, which is a rather complex one, which shows what do we take into account when we try to match the provision of skills with the skills needs and, of course, the smart specialization strategy. And you can see, of course, there are a number of different elements that we need to take into account to make that match happen. Now, that was my last slide. What you see here really, it's how to come in contact with us. We published on our website and on open space the result of this work. We also put on our website, started now, but it will be complete soon, the work that other centers of excellence are doing. So we want them to see each other and communicate with each other. And we also published on our website the presentations and the findings, the discussions from our launch event last week. So if you want to keep track of our work, then I suggest you follow our channels on the website, Open Space, Twitter, and Facebook. That's it. Apologies for the connection problems I had. I hope this was fine now. I'm at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yorgos. It was a wonderful presentation. And as you can all see, we're running a little late. So we're going to sort of just change up the schedule a little. We're going to move into the discussion session. And I've actually received a request from Elena Romanini to put a point across. Elena, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much, Julian, for this space, and good morning to everybody. My question, yes, is a sort of reflection after this inspiring contribution to the different speakers. And I was just to underline that under the Skillman network, we are working hardly to build an excellence network, so a COVES network, in order to put together to create sustainable partnership among different stakeholders, valorizing skills and competencies, complementary competencies of the different organizations. So according to us and our approach, excellence is a result. So is a continuous process of improvement, as Georgios has said, based on sustainable partnership, exchange of practices, experiences, and expertise. So we think that only working together exchanging such expertise and also sharing tools for reaching together this excellence goal. This assumption could be a sort of common strategy we can share and can reinforce ongoing, because it's extremely important to increase the attractiveness of TVET, basing it on this continuous exchange and peer learning process. So I would like to ask to the speakers if this assumption related to complementary of skills and sharing of tools according to a continuous process of improvement could be agreeable as interpretation of excellence. Thank you very much.
Would any speakers like to respond to Eleanor's comments? Nothing? Okay. Shall we take our next speaker, please? I believe I've got something from Manos Andriadis from Greece.
There is a message by Georgios. We can take.
Oh, okay, yep.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yes, yes.
Yes. We cannot comment because we were muted and we cannot unmute ourselves. So if I may, just to comment on what Elena said. Of course, one side of the question links to this idea of having a definition about excellence. And currently, of course, there is not such a global definition of excellence, of vocational excellence. I think we have similar ideas, but we interpret excellence in slightly different ways all around the world. And of course, it makes sense that these definitions, they reflect also to the context that excellence is supposed to take place, the local markets, the skills needs in the society, and so on. So there is not one definition which creates some problems, but at the same time, I think it's interesting to take that on board. Then the response to skills is of course a fundamental dimension of vocational excellence. I think we all accept that a center of excellence contributes to the provision of skills, and of course that is not only for the labor market, but it's also for the individual development, either through reskilling, upskilling, and so on. So that's also crucial. Networks of centers of excellence, they can bring together these different elements of excellence and make it happen. Now, the crucial point about the networks, of course, is that they are not there when you need them. If you haven't developed them from before, if you haven't developed the capacity to build a network from before, it will not be there when you need it. Sometimes the capacity comes to simple things like language, for example. If you don't have English capacity, for example, which it is the international language often in these discussions, how can you build the partnerships? It often comes with connections with other local stakeholders that they might have the questions and they may help you build it. So that's of course relevant. It comes with governance structures. How flexible is your governance to allow you to take decisions to accommodate needs that they are not always there in the first place? Autonomy, financing, vision, these are crucial elements that you need to take into account if you want to make this match of skills and skills provision through centers of excellence. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. We have another question from Manos Andriadis from Greece, please. he needs to be able to unmute his microphone.
Thank you. Now it's fine. Very interesting presentations indeed. I would like, from my part, to reflect some works we have done in Greece about the COVES. We worked with a number of stakeholders in industry and VET, and I would like to say that it was perceived with great interest. We started some work under the Skillman Global COVES, and all of them considered as a great idea and a very good potential. We're looking forward to work closely with other experienced partners because we need some know-how transfer on this and some stakeholders in order to be able to also develop some centers of vocational excellence in Greece, because there is good potential also here, and very good partners. We can give also know-how transfer and make something, a very good platform on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manos. There are a couple of questions which we can take very briefly. Alexa James, are you still there? There is a question for you asking if there are any requirements for non-European institutions to make use of teaching and learning resources at Microsoft.
Thank you. So, well, Microsoft is a global company, so our programs are available globally, and we welcome any institution, whether you're from Europe or from anywhere else. So please reach out to us. We're happy to help connect you to the local teams and make this work for you wherever you are.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And there are also a couple of questions from our partners in Africa who want to know, and this is to any partners, any of the speakers present, how can African organizations and institutions benefit from partnerships with European organizations or other international partners? So anybody feel free to respond to that.
Can I say something, Julian?
Yes.
Well, it's part of our mission to be able to work together with such far from Europe, I mean, or such different cultures. We activate as a Skillman network collaborations in Asia, in African countries, and we are moving then also to Americas. We need to have a global view on the skills needed for the future, because as we are used to say, the curricula of today are the society of tomorrow, and we want to design the society of tomorrow. We don't want to wait that the society arrives in its way. We want to drive this process of development. And this collaboration is fundamental to put together different cultures, different views, different challenges, and to avoid that in the future there will be a gap, and to avoid that now the students and the learners from the African countries remain cut out of the access to the skills in advanced manufacturing sector. I think this is very important. What we can gain together is to have a level up of excellence and not to create even more differences among the most advanced countries in terms of technological development and the other countries that risk to be taken out of the game. So we need to integrate this vision in a collaboration, active collaboration, not just to say that this is important, but to operate, to make something concrete on the field. And I think this is a challenge for all of us, because as we know, as we see, it's very difficult. Nevertheless, these good tools that we use to communicate at distance and to create international conferences without the need to take the flight, but it's anyway very difficult to give concrete steps to the initial good intentions and to make the network to be an effective deployment of collaboration with concrete actions on the field.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Giovanni. In English, we have a very simple saying, don't complain about the dark when you can just turn on the light. So I think it's really up to us to make the effort to make connections, create partnerships, and make those partnerships work for us. We have our next speaker, Mohammed Yadak.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for the speaker. In fact, I have a comment and a question for Mr. Bassan and Alexa. Well, when we design the curriculum, I think we can find a strong curriculum, but the problem is, or the issue is, the question how to bridge between the strong curriculum that, okay, we have a strong curriculum that involved all stakeholders and the manufacturing industry, but the facilities of the school, of the provider, will be, it is not so good to implement this curriculum. So how we can bridge this issue? And we, of course, sometimes we find a strong personnel also, a qualified personnel, but the facilities, I mean, the Tibet is a progressively continuous change, and how to be updated with the technology, with minimum resources, particularly in developing countries.
Yeah. Basically, one of the points is that if you think about the current situation, yes, it is all in evolution, but you need to supply some basic skill that can be used to adapt each time to the new situation. In the curricula we already defined, there was some instrument that can be as well used even if the facilities are not so updated, because also starting with some open sources solution like Arduino based or similar, we can really have a lot of opportunity to teach students the basic information related, for instance, to Industry 4.0. There are also some other equipment that are not so expensive. So I'm meaning on, for instance, the 3D printers. If you think about just the basic 3D printer that you can find on Amazon, then the software beside is already Arduino based, and it is also a good instrument to teach students how to use this kind of equipment, but also how to use the CAD that is behind, how to use the CAM that is also the programming code. And all this information can be really used to provide the right skill to the student in order to fulfill the next need that are facing in the industrial world. So it means that you do not need really to have the latest industrial equipment, but you can also use some other solution that can be affordable for school or similar. There are also some other equipment, like for instance, I have one that is a small 3D printer, but is a 3-in-1 because it is a 3D printer, it is a laser engraving, and it is a CNC cutting. And I have just bought it for my family in order to enable my children to start learning that. I'm just showing you the system. So this is just a 3D printer, but you can change the head and you can use it as CNC or laser engraving. So the software are free. You can download all the software you need, and then you can use it to teach young students how to approach for the Industry 4.0. This is an example.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to echo what Daniele talked about. I think, yeah, absolutely, platforms like the Arduino and we also partner with other chipset providers to get those types of low-cost, easy-build devices into institutions. And we've built a number of programming courses and materials that can interface with them. And in the case of the microbit, which is a very simplified one really for entry level, we've actually created also a virtualized microbit. So if you don't have enough in the lab or in the workshop, you can also offer access through a computer to have the programming experience without necessarily having the device. The other thing is, from our side on Microsoft, we have made almost all of our programs and also our software platform for teaching and learning available for free for education. So pretty much everything I presented today, with the exception of the mixed reality headsets and actually taking the exam, is all free. And we're also working really closely with governments. So through our partnership with UNESCO in the Global Coalition for Education, we're actually working to advise governments to think about new connectivity strategies, new procurement strategies, to make sure that schools and education institutions have the technology that they need in the institution, because obviously there's a need to accelerate the access that students have, and the COVID situation has really sharpened that need. So that's something that we're also working very hard on the Microsoft side to support.
Thank you, Alexa and Daniele. We have another question now from Zunara Nauman.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning. This is Zunara from Pakistan. Thank you very much for this valuable platform and very, very useful information. I just wanted to know if there is any recommendation to have a course on curriculum development, the course that we are talking about, the integrated curriculum for TVET sector, an international platform for this. Thank you.
Who would like to respond to that?
So I'm happy to go there. We don't have an international platform for that at the moment, but we are working on a more integrated approach to co-curriculum development across multiple institutions. And we will be launching some opportunities for institutions to come together to share best practice on what they've been doing. That's part of our Microsoft Learn for Educators program. So that will be coming soon. But we can work with you individually at the moment around those curriculum development questions, particularly around the technology integration. And in the next 6 months or so, we expect to have that ability to cooperate between institutions as well.
Julian, if I can add something about this, we have developed a database of unit of learnings that compose different curricula, as the colleague Daniele Bassan mentioned from the collaboration with Fiat, and we have this material that is available and under development, under further development within the Global COVES initiative collaboration. So all the other colleagues that belongs to the network that wish to have to access to this collaboration are welcomed. And in this regard, we work in the field of excellence, also looking to the curriculum, not only to the identification of the skills, but for the future, but also working on the curricula development, and the collaboration is also addressed to this. There are also mobility activities that we envisage across TVET providers, our members and companies. But of course, now for the pandemic, all this is suspended. We'll start again as soon as possible. Now we are conducting, for example, virtual study visits. That is also another innovation that was brought from the pandemic. And we hope that we can restart also on-site study visits for professionals and for teachers and trainers as soon as possible.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I would now like to just take the opportunity to thank all our wonderful speakers today for sharing their expertise and their knowledge with us, and to everyone else for participating and joining in the discussions. Please take this opportunity to network with as many people as possible and create these international partnerships that we have been talking about all morning. So we have some time now to break before the next session in 5 minutes. So this affords you some time to go and grab maybe a coffee or tea and some biscuits and just chill out before we begin again. So see you all in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back from the break. Thank you very much for being here. Now we move on to our next session, Priority Challenges on Excellence for All, Comparing Experiences. I'm going to give the floor to our moderator, the moderator of this session, Stefano Merante from ITC ILO. Good morning, Stefano. I'm giving the word to you. Over to you.
Okay, sorry, I'm just putting a website here in the chat box that I would like you to connect so that we can start. Okay, sorry, I did it wrong in the first place. Hello, everybody. I see we are 104. As I always say, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, because it depends where you are connected from. So I am Stefano Merante. I am the Skills Development TVET Program Officer at the International Training Center of the ILO, and I will be the moderator for this very interesting session. I would like to start with instead of starting with a presentation, I would like to start with a question. So kindly write the second one that I wrote. So www.wooclub.com/SIF as Skillman International Forum, ITC as my International Training Center. So please, let's go there, because I have a question to ask you. So you can connect to this website, and then we can start. I would like to know from you, just to get into this discussion, because we are going to hear several testimonies of what excellence means. So I would like to know from your side, what is excellence in TVET for you? So please use one word, please connect to this website, and tell us in one word, what is excellence for you? So I would like to start with that. But in the meantime, I'm also going to present my own institution, the International Training Center of the ILO, as its name tells, it's the training arm of the International Labour Organization. We are ourselves considered as an excellence in training, but I will be a speaker tomorrow in one of the sessions talking about the use of AR and VR in the digital TVET space. So I will leave my presentation of the institution for tomorrow. I still already see, I'm going to share my screen, Valentina, if it's not a problem. May I?
Sure, Stefano, go on.
Okay, so well, now we see. Valentina, just give me a sign. It's good. We see the word cloud coming in. Okay,
yes,
perfect. So we see perfection. We see expectation. I love a lot. Someone writes, it's a journey. So it's not something that that we have, but it's something that somehow we get. I see that at the center of our word cloud, we have the word quality. So I think it's super important. We have expertise. Well, someone write not only quality, but the best quality. Someone is writing it's a push. So it's not something, of course, it's a journey, but it's something that the management, that the colleagues, then the staff should be, everybody should be on board on that. Demand driven, very important. Then we are going to see probably in our presentation, what does this demand mean? Economic demand, social demand, developmental demand. There are many things that are there. Exceeding expectations. Well, that's really something that is important, and it's worthwhile to say. It's also responsibility. Well, okay, we have a zero minimum errors. So is there really excellence means becoming superheroes? Well, I mean, that's probably a part of it, or in any case, doing the best that the organization can. Private sector involvement, this is strictly related also to quality and related to the demand-driven part that we have already identified. Learning from mistakes, very important. Thank you very much for saying that, because this is really one of the key issues. It is a journey. We are learning from our mistakes. We are pushing the standard, responding to a need, to needs that are arising in the society and in the economy. So thank you very much for being with me for this small engagement activity. This was very interesting to hear from you. And now I think we have a great panel of experts that are going to tell us their stories, tell us their point of view of excellence. And we are going to start with the president of the Institution of Diploma Engineers of Bangladesh, IDEB. And by the way, I have to give you the greetings of my boss, Snehal Soneji, from the ILO, that you certainly know, and that told me that he wanted really to give you his greetings. And here we are going to have several presentations during today's session. I'm going also to ask you to put your questions in the chat box. Since we have a lot of presentation, I will be able to only address to each speaker one question. So I will use the superpower of moderator that were given to me by the colleagues in Skillman to choose the question. Sorry, we're not doing a lot of polling on this side, so I will use a little bit of this superpower that was given to address one question. So I will ask our colleagues, our speakers, to be please in the 10 minutes that we have that have been given to you, so that we will have a couple of minutes for the question and answer, and then I have my own question for you guys. So Dr. Hamid, it is a pleasure to be with you, and really the floor is yours. Kindly unmute yourself. 10 minutes, I will be strict as a timekeeper. Very sorry about that.
Dear President, can you unmute yourself? You should be able to.
Yeah. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can. Please
Okay.
guide us, direct us to move the slides forward, please. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to talk. Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator, learned other presenter, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from Bangladesh, and good morning for other part of the world. We are very much thankful to Skillman leader, who is our leader also, Mr. Jivanu Krishna, for organizing this international webinar, and also inviting me to present in this international event. I appreciate the organizer for selecting the theme, and it is very important, redefining the future of learning and skill, where I have to speak on priority challenges on excellence for all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. I think you already received my today's presentation slides. Due to time constraint, I will not go to present all these slides. A very few I may discuss in brief. From slides 2 to 6, I have mentioned about the present scenario and reality. The world community must agree that IR4 and COVID-19 have changed the way we work and we live. The 21st century technology innovation will bring a major benefit in the world, and expected to create 3.7 trillion in values to global manufacturing sector. We know in 17 SDGs, the world community agree and declare nobody will left behind and education for all. But the reality is 2.58 million child still is not going to school. Honorable moderator, in my slides from 7 to 16, I mentioned about the impact and reality. Number one, skills for future is still absent. Future jobs will mostly involve science, technology, engineering, math, that is STEM. Future education needs to be STEM focused. The priority challenges for Tibet access in Tibet skill development. Number two, quality Tibet teachers. Number three, ICT in teaching learning process. Number four, online and blended learning and assessment capacity. Number five, infrastructure and physical facilities. Number six, updated training materials. Number seven, updated curriculum. Number eight, industry academia collaboration and engagement. Number nine is financing in Tibet. Number 10 is employment generation and entrepreneurship development. In my slides, from 17 to 20, you can find out the 21st century challenges on excellence for all. The challenges are poor financing, poor infrastructure, and poor governance. Number two, ecosystem of education. A cultural change is required. Number three, assessment reporting and performance and impact absent. And number four, number four is economic and sound discrimination in rich and poor and learners also. Ladies and gentlemen, in the slides 21 and 23, we can find about the capability approach. Here discussed on three domain of Tibet which should be developed. Number one, the knowledge-based practice. Number two, the technical-based practice. Number three is attributes the person need for that occupation or profession. Honorable moderator, ladies and gentlemen, how we can overcome these challenges? The way forward. The world is moving for adopting IR4, so the education should be similar as much as possible, especially in STEAM education. Number two, the primary education must be Tibet inclusive in all over the world. Number three, bring all the youths in the secondary level in Tibet. Provide stipend to attract students and graduate and guardians. Additional opportunities for girls to bring them in the Tibet and training center. Creation, training opportunity in the industry and workplace. Way forward for quality training, development of quality teachers, development of curriculum required by the industry for their recruitment, regular data collection on the industry skill and requirement by each institute and centrally also. Industry training of Tibet teachers every year, reskilling and upskilling of the teachers in the regular interval. Introduction of ICT enabled teaching, learning provision, including trainers upgradation. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe redefining and redesigning of education and skill is essential for 21st century world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's work together for a beautiful world, a peaceful world. Thank you all. Thank you, Honorable Moderator, and thank you, Skillman leader.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Hamid, thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. I think in particular, being someone who has been, let's say, trained under the capability approach from Dr. Amartya Sen is really a pleasure to have this presentation as an opening for our session. And I think your point is really very, very valid in the sense that with the technological transformation and the transformations that are there in the labor market, not only focusing on technical and other kind of hard skills, but really focusing on broader capabilities in order to endow individuals with possibilities to actually improve their own life conditions within the labor market is really a key to improve our, let's say, the excellence of our skills and TVET systems. Now I have, let us wait if there are some questions from the floor. I have one question from my side. So for you, what is the one word that would define excellence? Would that be capabilities going forward? I ask you because we are going to rate these keywords at the end of our session. So Dr. Hamid, what would be, no, you are on mute. So is capability the word for the future, for excellence?
Oh, it is very much important that I already said that the world is moving towards in the pathway of 4IR. So in the world, all the country, including Europe and other world country, everyone should go for unilateral curriculum for excellence, unilateral teachers training for excellence, unilateral capacity development for excellence. It is very important.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and we will come back to some of the points I'm sure that you mentioned in your speech. Thank you very much, Dr. Hamid. It was a pleasure to start with Bangladesh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm now turning to the colleagues in Madagascar. I see that maybe our 14 speaker may have some problem to connect, but I see there is already our colleague Harilala from Madagascar. Harilala, je pense que l'on peut tourner vite un moment en français. On aura les slides en anglais, mais peut-être vous pouvez réaliser votre intervention en français. For all the other colleagues, the slides of the presentation from Madagascar will be in English, but the speech will be done in French. I'm also then taking some minutes to maybe sum up a little bit in English for the colleagues who do not speak French. Harilala, c'est un plaisir de te revoir ici.
Est-ce que vous me voyez là?
On te voit très bien, on t'entend très bien.
D'accord. I'm very sorry. I replace my secretary general and I make it in French. Donc, nous allons vous partager l'expérience de Madagascar pour un enseignement technique et une formation professionnelle de qualité. À noter que c'est la première fois que Madagascar participe à ce genre de forum et je suis très honorée et heureuse de représenter notre ministre à cette table ronde. 5e plus grande île du monde, Madagascar compte 26 millions d'habitants, dont presque la moitié sont des jeunes. Mais malgré ses ressources naturelles abondantes, il demeure parmi les pays les plus pauvres du monde. Ces 5 dernières années, le sous-secteur de l'enseignement technique et de la formation professionnelle s'est attelé à la mise en œuvre de la politique nationale de l'emploi et de la formation professionnelle. Un des 2 composantes de cette politique est le développement des compétences pour l'amélioration de l'employabilité des ressources humaines. Disposer de capital humain à fort potentiel d'employabilité permettent d'occuper les emplois d'aujourd'hui et ceux de demain, et c'est un défi de notre pays. Ces 5 années de mise en œuvre de notre politique ont abouti à des réalisations qui contribuent au développement d'un enseignement technique et d'une formation professionnelle de qualité. Donc, je cite entre autres les équipes de méthodologues chargées de l'élaboration des curricula sont opérationnelles au niveau de 2 ministères, celui du ministère de l'enseignement technique et de la formation professionnelle et celui chargé du développement rural. Nous avons aussi un guide d'ingénierie malagasy de certification et de formation et actuellement, ce guide est institué et c'est le modèle commun pour tout développement de curricula. Nous avons aussi un référentiel qualité des établissements et surtout un cadre national de certification ainsi que le statut de l'Agence nationale de certification. En ce qui concerne la conception des curricula, Madagascar a adopté l'approche par les compétences qui assure l'adéquation formation-emploi. Elle garantit une formation en lien direct avec les besoins du marché du travail. Voici un peu notre démarche méthodologique commune concernant cette approche par les compétences. Donc, on procède d'abord à une analyse du marché du travail à partir d'une planification sectorielle. Après, on analyse la situation du travail et on élabore les référentiels métiers et compétences. En 3e lieu, on aborde l'élaboration des référentiels de certification et de formation, y compris les guides pédagogiques, le guide d'organisation matérielle et pédagogique. Voyons un peu en ce qui concerne le cadre national malagasy de certification. Il est le garant de la qualité des certificats vis-à-vis des employeurs. Son élaboration a vu la participation du secteur privé, des organisations de la société civile, des syndicats et autres acteurs intervenants nationaux et internationaux. Les différents cadres nationaux régionaux et internationaux ont servi de documents de référence pour ne citer que le cadre européen et celui de l'île Maurice. Notre cadre national a 10 niveaux avec 5 descripteurs, le savoir-faire, le savoir, les capacités cognitives, l'éthique, l'autonomie et la responsabilité. Abordons maintenant l'Agence nationale de certification. Ses missions consistent à appliquer les normes en vigueur au niveau des établissements d'enseignement technique et de formation professionnelle et encadrer et renforcer les capacités de ces établissements. Au sein de l'Agence nationale de certification, seront mis en place un secrétariat permanent, un département de veille des certifications, des commissions interministérielles et interprofessionnelles non permanentes, dont les commissions thématiques spécialisées et une commission nationale des certifications. Cette structure n'est pas encore mise en place et nous sommes là à participer dans ce forum car c'est une grande opportunité pour que nous capitalisions les différentes pratiques des autres pays. Mesdames et messieurs, nous disposons de méthodologies, d'outils nécessaires et de ressources humaines pour nous avancer pas à pas vers les normes d'assurance qualité d'abord. La qualité des certifications, la qualité des établissements de formation, la qualité des programmes de formation, la qualité des formateurs et la qualité de l'évaluation interne et externe. D'après ce qu'on a entendu depuis ce matin, le défi d'excellence, Madagascar aussi aimerait y parvenir un de ces jours, mais il faut reconnaître que le chemin sera long et ardu. Combien d'années ont mis les pays pour avancer pas à pas vers la qualité? Là-dessus, je nous laisse à nos réflexions. Pour terminer mon intervention, permettez-moi, mesdames et messieurs, de vous lancer un appel de la part de notre ministre à tous les membres du réseau Skillman. Renforçons notre réseau, aidons-nous les uns les autres. Madagascar est prêt à être le terrain d'expérimentation et de mise à l'échelle de bonnes pratiques des pays frères et des îles sœurs. Accompagnez-nous dans notre voie vers la qualité ainsi que de l'excellence pour tous. Sur ce, je termine mon intervention. Mesdames et messieurs, merci de votre aimable attention.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Arilala, for your slides, for your presentation. Well, I have to say, I have to admit that personally, this touches me a lot because I was there in this process working with the Malagasy constituents throughout this process. But I think, and let me just comment on that, it is a great, really a great achievement that the country has done in the past 5 years. I think that it's really encouraging for all the countries to see when starting with the right approach, a country can really build towards excellence, but putting, I would say, quality at the center of the reforms that were taking place thanks to the new national policy. And by the way, it's something I can give you an element of context. This was the first TVET policy of the history of the country. So it was the first time that actually the country decided to endow itself with a national policy together with the employment policy in order to work on these topics. And I think it's really remarkable the efforts that you're doing and the fact that you are now here to share this experience and the many steps that you have done in the past 5 years. If I can sum up, really putting quality at the heart of your journey was the choice that you have done. So first of all, working on the processes. So from the labor market analysis, the development of standards, and then the development of training standards. going the next level with the Malagasy National Certification or Qualification Framework, and then also working on the quality of your teachers, of your training institution. So let me do the question in French. Arilala, alors pour toi, le mot-clé pour excellence serait donc qualité?
C'est aujourd'hui que nous avons bien saisi qu'il faut prendre l'excellence dans différentes dimensions et aspects, alors que nous avions pensé que l'excellence devrait d'abord être passée par la qualité. Et les objectifs de développement concernant l'éducation et la formation, c'est surtout cette amélioration de la qualité et de l'accès pour tous. Donc, c'est surtout dans ce sens qu'il n'y aura pas d'excellence sans qu'il y ait de la qualité.
Ok, merci beaucoup Arilala, c'était vraiment un plaisir de t'écouter. So thank you very much Arilala, it was really a pleasure to have your presentation. And I think what is also very important for the Skillman Network, this last call that you have made. So the fact is not just quality, it's not just a work that the country can do alone, but really the value of socializing this need, the value also that the other partners of the Skillman Network can really play in improving this quality as the stalemate, as the main part of getting to excellence. That was really the point, the developmental objective that you have set up. Now let's move to our third intervention. So capability first term, quality second term. Now I hand it over the floor to our colleague here at the European Training Foundation. As you may know, I mean, the ETF and ITC ILO, we are both in Turin, so we proudly call ourselves the Turin pole of skills development. So it's really a pleasure to have Georgios in this session. And so what's quality? I mean, what's excellence in your opinion? I know you are going to speak about that and to really present the work that the foundation is doing. Georgios, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefano. Let me put my camera on. I will not use a presentation on this session. I think I used one already before. Just I want to comment really, go a bit deeper in your question. What is excellence? Can you hear me well?
Perfectly.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, first of all, for the introduction. ITC ILO it's our brother or sister agency here in Turin. Now, what is excellence? We published very recently a paper in ETF, which really is the foundation of our approach on centers of excellence. And the first sentence we had is that excellence is a disputed term. We started with that. I think we need to recognize that there is some friction in this term. What it means excellence. It means different things for all around the world in different contexts. But at the same time, it has a friction which is often between this inclusive dimension of excellence or elitism that might come through excellence. So that's why we started with that, because it's fundamental. The moment you start talking about excellence, that moment immediately you will have some sort of reaction saying, but is it for all? Is it for all? Is it for everyone? So to address that question, which is rather difficult, I have to say, we did an exercise and we asked different countries in our, let's say, mandate to respond, to see what they do. When they say that they run a center of excellence, what do they mean by that? What sort of actions do they do? Why they are different from any other vet school, let's say, or vet center, or competence center? What is so special about them? And one of the striking findings that came out from that study is that often the centers of excellence, they do really well in connecting with the local markets, in training their teachers, in developing joint curricula with the enterprises and so on. But they do that in isolation. They do that for their own municipality, for their own region, for their own neighborhood, let's say. So that's how the idea of the network started, because we saw that, you know, others have to benefit from that. Because, and now I come to our approach to excellence, because excellence for us is a process. It's a process that's a continuous process that needs commitment, needs vision towards improvement. But here we make a footnote, which is very important. When we talk about improvement, we're not talking about the center of excellence alone, but the whole vet system. So we often raise the question to ministers responsible for vet: do you really want a center of excellence, one center of excellence, or do you want an excellent vet system? And of course, the answer is we want an excellent vet system. Then the next step comes in and we say, okay, then we have to use the centers of excellence to transmit excellence to the vet system. And we often make that sort of analogy that we have to go from one to the whole. And that is crucial. And it's often not there when we're discussing about excellence. We're talking for the center, but we forget often the vet system. Now, the other thing that we came up was the impressive amount of resources that that go into centers of excellence. Impressive. We have a list of the numbers of centers of excellence that are developing as we speak in different countries all around the world. And we know that often in these countries there are serious problems when it comes to vet system. So we need somehow to connect the two. So that's the second point, the resources. It seems to be a very interesting term, excellence, for the politicians, for the policymakers. They use it a lot. They stand out and they say, we have developed so many centers of excellence, so on. But for us, that is not enough. That may show commitment, which is needed, but we have to move from that to the vet system. The third point that we raise is about the drivers behind excellence. Who is driving excellence? Obviously, the state is one driver, and many of the centers of excellence that we are looking at, they are funded, they are supported by the state. But there are many other drivers. The private sector it's a huge driver. It's a huge driver. And we know from our studies that if these two drivers, the state and the private sector, they move in parallel and they don't join forces, the result is not going to be as good. So somehow you need to connect these drivers. And there you have, of course, public-private partnerships. We have different ideas of how to bring these two together. And that is very interesting. We're looking into that, how public-private partnerships develop centers of excellence that respond to the needs of the state, but also respond to the needs of the private sector. So that is another point that we need to have in mind. Now, we are often talking about challenges, and this session refers a lot to challenges. And I don't want to bypass this question because it's important. You cannot have centers of excellence, for example, without the financing. We need some sort of financing. And often when the centers of excellence want to join networks like ours in ETF, our International Network for Excellence, there is a question from them saying, so what's in it for us? What do we gain from it? Because if you want a partnership that makes sense for everybody, there has to be a win-win arrangement for everybody. So financing is important. You heard before from João Santos from the European Commission. He spoke about what EU is doing and the resources that EU is putting behind to support the development of centers of excellence, but also the cooperation between existing centers of excellence in platforms. That's crucial. So resources, financing, it's crucial in this debate. We need that, but then we need to have in mind all the previous points. How do we bring those resources in partnership? How we make sure that they don't remain within a center of excellence, and then how these resources are used for continuous improvement of the center and of the VET system. So that's crucial. Now, one extra point. I think it was implied in different presentations earlier on. When we have our own definition about excellence, then we need to also have some quality assurance about it. So whoever defines excellence needs to also define and say, we say we're excellent because of A, B, C, D, E. In our work, we try to shape that, to constrain that within the 8 dimensions of excellence I mentioned this morning. So we say that that is a good starting point. We say that if you want a center of excellence, then you need to have business education collaboration. You need to have autonomy and governance structures that allow you to be flexible and autonomous, of course. You need to train not only young people and initial TVET training, but also continuous training, lifelong learning training for adults that would lead to skilling, reskilling, upskilling, and so on. You also need to take into account the specificities of your region. That's important. Excellence has a regional dimension. It cannot be forgotten that one center that is excellent in one place, it might not be excellent in another one because it doesn't respond to those needs. We also say that the center of excellence needs to have a societal value. And you heard that from the previous speakers. The people that they are outside schooling, you heard in the presentation earlier on. So how does the center of excellence contribute to that? If it's a flexible institution, if it has flexible curricula, if it has well-trained teachers, state-of-the-art equipment, strong partnerships with the business side, with ministries, with municipalities, with the universities, and so on, then it should be able to address needs of their society. Training migrants, training refugees, training, keeping a gender balance. That's very important. We're talking about excellence and attractiveness of VET, but often VET is not attractive to girls, for example, or to women. So a center of excellence should look into that. So this is an area that we want the center of excellence to focus on. And the other one, of course, is about the global agenda. There is a global agenda when it comes to education and training. These are the sustainable goals. And goal number 4 is about education. So how do these centers of excellence contribute to that? And also there's a green agenda, which is very crucial for the EU as well. So how do the centers of excellence contribute to the question of sustainability? That's crucial. If it indeed is a center of excellence, then they might take the initiative and do something about that. So I think when it comes to the question of what is excellence for us, it's clear that it's a process for continuous improvement. There has to be some quality assurance in that process. There have to be some elements in place, like financing, like a vision, like this idea of transmission, commitment, and so on. But then there has to be some sort of work from the center itself in different dimensions of excellence that I mentioned already. Thank you, Stefano. I hope I responded to your question.
Georgios, thank you very much. I mean, there is not one answer, as you said from the very beginning. The answer is a moving target in a sense, and thank you for highlighting some dimensions, because I think what is very important is to reflect on the dimensions in order to deepen our understanding of the challenges and of the solutions that we can find on these challenges. I had one question, but I see that Dr. Salwa has a point to make. So please open your mic and ask your question or do your comments, dear Dr. Salwa.
Mr. Salwa, please unmute yourself. That's it.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to ask about development of education and technical education, about and the rule of governance of development, the system of technical education.
The role of governance in technical education, vocational technical education.
In development of system.
In the development of the system. Okay.
Oh, of education, technical education.
Georgios.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the question on governance is a bit more simple to address, let's say, than the question on the system. But nevertheless, both issues are quite complex themselves. On governance, of course, governance is not only about the decision-making body. Governance is supported. We see governance as part of autonomy, in fact. So if you want to be autonomous in terms of decision-making, in terms of financing, in terms of developing your own curricula, hiring your own teachers, sometimes, yeah, buying your own equipment and so on, then you need to have also a governance in place that allows to do that. And of course, we are talking about multi-level governance here, and of course the involvement of different stakeholders. And that involvement, of course, is done in an arrangement that all see a benefit on that. Now, we are, as I said, because autonomy is so important, and this question you raised, Doctor, is raised by many, we decided to do a very special partnership on that, to elaborate a bit more on autonomy, link that with public-private partnerships. And we work with Omnia. Omnia is a very known center of excellence in Finland. And we asked them to lead a group of centers of excellence and discuss between them how do they define their autonomy, where do they stand at the moment, and then how that is linked with governance and how is that linked with public-private partnerships, if it's linked at all. They are working on a baseline report. I will not say much about it because that would be one of the hot topics for our conference in March. But that work describes well the different sort of elements of autonomy and the cooperation and the partnership that needs to be in place in order to fulfill that. Now, for the system, if I understood well, for the VET system, of course, in many of the countries we work, the VET systems, they are usually part of the education and training systems. In most countries that we work in, the minister, for example, responsible for VET is the minister responsible for education and training. And I think for many years, the VET system was suffering from this relationship because it was benefiting less in terms of attention. If we're talking about financing, sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes VET is perceived as an expensive education to run compared to compulsory education, for example, or general education, like it's called in some countries. But there is an issue there that has to be solved. In our view, VET indeed has to be seen as an integral part of the education and training system. So there shouldn't be a conflict there, even though sometimes there is. But then, of course, there has to be a clear sort of attention to what VET system can offer. Over a study that is done by CEDEFOP, the other agency that EU agency that works on VET, I think they see blurred boundaries. So as time goes by, there are more blurred boundaries between VET systems, education training systems, higher education, and so on. I think this is a new trend. It is a discussion in many countries, how you define those boundaries and all that. The dimension of qualifications is very crucial, where, of course, these are often linked, but also the dimension of policy making and financing.
Okay, Georgios, thank you very much. These were not easy questions, especially the second on the governance of the system, but thanks for giving an overview of the stakes about this topic about governance. For the sake of our closing, your single word for excellence.
Process.
I need one. Process. Thank you very much. Well, so we are now going to the fourth speaker. After the fourth speaker, we will have a 5-minute break because I think there are physical and mental health needs that needs to be taken into account also. About Chinese TVET excellence, we have a video, so we will have an interesting 14 minutes video. So I ask our colleagues in Skillman to play it for us. Thank you very much.
Distinguished chairperson, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here to the very important meeting on land. As the only group of participants from China, we want to express our sincerely regards to Skillman as a very outstanding organizer and the best wishes to the all colleagues throughout the world. My name is Chandler. I'm working at the Zhejiang Technical Institute of Economics as the vice president. My institute is one of the UNESCO Universe Center in China. There are more than 10,000 students and 600 teachers in ZJTIE. Recent year, we contribute to the international exchange and communication on TVET in many aspects, including the training projects for Belt and Road countries. Last September, Dr. Giovanni visited our campus. ZJTIE and Skillman initiated the relationship towards the cooperation in TVET. The system of TVET in China consists of education in vocational schools and vocational trainings. It is provided at the 3 levels: junior secondary, senior secondary, and tertiary. Junior vocational education in vocational middle school refers to the vocational and technical education after primary school education and is the part of the 9-year compulsory education. The secondary level mainly refers to the vocational education in vocational high school stage. It plays a guiding role in training workforce with practical skill at the primary and secondary level of various states. The post-secondary education system in China provides 3-year colleges to secondary school leavers to complete their TVET. For adults, there are some adult colleges which provide diploma, teaching in part-time. Self-learning examination and television universities are also favorable ways to the learners, especially to all the adults. At the state policy level, TVET in China has been recognized as a very important engine of its modernization. The Chinese government has been implementing national outline for medium and long-term education reform and development 2010 to 2020, identifying the development objectives and politics on TVET in this aspect below. First, it put the development of TVET at a more outstanding strategic position. Secondly, we will further connect TVET with the modern industrial system and the public service system. Further integrate TVET with industrialization, urbanization, and cultural modernization. Further coordinate TVET with the people diversified education demands, support sustainable social and economic development, and lay a solid foundation for stable employment and decent work as well. Thirdly, TVET should be a service and employment-oriented, which can train more workers with practical skills so that they can serve society. We provide more opportunities so that the secondary vocational school graduates can directly receive the higher education. Fourthly, setting up a school running mechanism with the linkage between industry and education, which government leads, industry guides, and enterprises participate. More enterprises are encouraged to establish the vocational schools for better match between workers and enterprises. We encourage vocational schools to form alliances in order to share and pour quality education. Fifth, TVET is now a national budgetary focus. Large amount of funding have been invested through some of the national excellent projects and provincial projects. At the school level, many reforms have been taking place. TVET majors are more likely to match with the job market rather than the academic system. Employment is the key indicator of majors. For the connection between graduates and companies mostly, TVET institutions provide a lot of ways to assist the growth of employment rate, including career guidance, job fair, HR company, and tailor-made online job service, and alumni. TVET teachers need some other competence to meet the special needs of TVET. First, it is asked to sort of knowledge to match with the world of work. Second, is of the relevant experiences of the real works. Third is the encouragement of dual credentials in academic and industrial sectors for the professionals. In the duration of teaching and learning, masters from industry play a very important role. Masters often take the responsibility of practical guidance, career guidance, and work ethic education. SAT has been used largely in teaching and learning. Many of the TVET schools try to use blended learning. For the TVET student in China, currently, almost all of them are only child in the family. So we are very focused on the soft skill, including loyalty, communication, attention, cooperation, confidence, time management, tolerance, and self-motivation. The international exchange is also encouraged in TVET institutions. Almost 80% of the TVET colleges have the joint program with other countries. Under the umbrella of Belt and Road initiatives, the cooperation between China and developing countries is growing rapidly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have achieved greater progress in Tibet, but currently we have to face the new environment. At the beginning of 2020, in the city Wuhan, China, some cases of COVID-19 were reported. Then some other area in China were also reported the pandemic. 23rd January 2020, Wuhan city was locked down. After that, the battle against the COVID-19 started. The impact of the COVID-19 on education is the suspending of class teaching. Students have to stay at home until May. Looking back to the period of time, I personally believe that the lockdown was a right decision. It made the recovery after May possible in China, instead of the second wave or even third wave. So after May, the student in China has been coming back to campus learning in classroom in a very safe space seats. The new semester, since September 2020, all the educational institutions in China have normalized for daily teaching and learning. China has made a major strategic achievement in the battle against the COVID-19. There are some new actions against the terrible situation. From February to May, almost half of the semester was in the condition of lockdown. Students cannot go to school. We advocate a notion named suspending class, continuing learning. To fulfill the purpose, ICT played an important role. In our institute, for example, we started online learning since 17th February. By the end of March, 79% of the courses have delivered online. By the end of April, 96% of the courses have been delivered online. Based on the developed ICT infrastructure and O2O, means online to offline, parallel trails before COVID-19, the online learning is implementing on diversified e-platforms. Live teaching provides a synchronous environment to everyone in everywhere. Educational management information system assists the analyze the data of teaching and learning. Learning eBase provides a lot of resources to the learners. The VR and AR tools help students practice online. At the beginning of May, our students came back to the campus. They have the chance to do the real practice in workshop and lab. In classroom, we set a safe space to the seat and make sure that the students have a social distance in class. In the new semester of September, the situation became as normal as the situation before January 2020. Other actions have also been adopted. For example, employment is the biggest issue facing to such terrible situation. The online job fair called Cloud Recruitment have been opened. From national MOE to the educational providers, a lot of such fairs were operated for the assistance of the employers and employees. Tibet assisted recovery of industries. During the tough time, the city lockdown made companies a lake of employees. They need more local laborers to fill up soon. Many TV students in relevant program went to the companies and helped them in very urgent needs. One hand, the company employed enough workers for the production. On the other hand, the students were practicing in a real workplace and acquired more authentic knowledge and skills. The factories like face mask maker, logistics, are beneficial from the TV students. Dear colleagues, foreseeing the after COVID-19, we predict some of the changes will take place in TVET in China. Online platform will be well developed. MOOC, Spoke, and other Chinese domestic online educational products will play a very important role in the daily teaching and learning. Blended learning will be completed. The division of online and offline will depend on the contents of the learning rather than one leading actor versus a support actor. E-learning resource will be deep developed and used. Sharing physical training workshops and labs will be sufficiently used. VR and AR are developed for TV learning with the development of 5G in China. Intelligent management and evaluation will assist the organization of teaching and learning. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, world has been isolated by COVID-19 for a long time, but we cannot stop our intention and action to cooperate under the umbrella of TVET. We will continue to work with all organizations like Skillman to make our TVET more successful. We also welcome colleagues to share your experiences and learn each other for embracing the great changes of the world after COVID-19. Keep safe, everyone. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the video. I think it has spurred many questions. Tony has already put his email address in order to address all the questions. I will just ask one question to Tony.
Okay.
Tony,
Yeah.
the question, I think what can be interesting to hear directly from you. There was one question from Hen Bandari, say, what factors worked well in China in the TVET sector and what needs to be developed or what are the future plans? So I think this question on the factors, what were the factors that worked well in China and what do you plan to do in the future? For all the other questions, you can either respond here in the chat or by email.
Okay, thank you for your question. And thank you all. It's a nice chance to be here. As we just mentioned, the many questions are just to this. And I'd like to say that in China, the mainly important factor that is our TVET system provide different levels to meet different needs. For example, just now, my vice president mentioned that we three main types. One is junior secondary, senior secondary, and the tertiary TVET system. These three models just meet the needs, job markets. So this is the main factor that is now in China, TVET is becoming more and more important. And at present, that 2 years ago, that the government has raised or upgrade the TVET education to the same level to the academic education. And now in China, the institutions or TVET, the higher TVET institutions cover more than 51 or 52% of the whole higher education system. So you can see the numbers, and also you can see the levels. All those comes the successful result that our system, Tibet system, is becoming or is now playing a very important in our China. So thank you for your question. Many more questions. I will email you if you want the answer.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Tony. It was really, and by the way, in your response, you also covered the topics of 2 other questions that were asked by the participants. So thank you very much. As for all the other speakers, 1 word for excellence. Give me 1 word.
1 word for the excellence. Well, as my understanding, that is the employment rate.
Employment rate. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, so very much in line with the way we at ILO see these things, no? The employment outcomes being a good, very important indicator. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's 15, it's point 15. We will take a 5-minute break at point 20. We will start once again. We will have with us Shanti Jagannathan from the Asian Development Bank. So 5-minute break, point 20, we will come back. Thank you very much.
esse caminho para São Tomé. Quem mostrava esse caminho nós, quem mostrava esse caminho nós, esse caminho para São Tomé. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau. Se vou escrever, muito a escrever, se vou esquecer, muito a esquecer, até dia que vou voltar. Se vou escrever, muito a escrever, se vou esquecer, muito a esquecer, até dia que vou voltar. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau.
Okay, so we have had our 5 minutes. I hope it was relaxing for you. I mean, 5 minutes is not a great relaxed moment, but in any case, we can hear there is a nice music. So okay, you want the dancing moderator? I can do it if you want. I mean, ready to do everything.
All right, Stefano, we're back from the break. You can go on. You can move on.
Okay, yeah, that's a pity. I mean, I would have liked to show also my dancing skills, but yeah, I mean, today you just wanted the moderating skills, so I will stay with that. Okay, so if the music goes away, we can start with our music. That is the TVET music, the TVET excellence music. And I am very pleased to leave the floor to Shanti Jagannathan from the Asian Development Bank on the priority challenges and excellence for all in the Asia and Pacific region. Shanti, we are very happy to have you and really keen on listening for your insights.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Giovanni and the team at Skillman. It's a privilege to join this forum. So on behalf of ADB, thanks for this opportunity. So let me start. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I want to begin with sort of expressing, expressing why TVET and skills are important for ADB. You will see from this portfolio that skills is one of the most important parts of our education operations. Going forward during 2020-22, it occupies the majority of the share of education sector operations, and in value terms, it is projected at over $2 billion in investments in improving skills development and TVET systems in our developing member countries. Next slide, please. So from the point of view of, if I can start by highlighting in the overall context of our operations, what do centers of excellence mean? Centers of excellence in vocational training We know that this concept has been gaining ground in recent times, and we've been following closely the work of ETF and Skillman in developing this concept. And ADB has been supporting training institutions in, with key elements with a view to building some of them as premier and leading institutions or as lighthouses for the sectors in which we work in. So we have not in some cases it's labeled a center of excellence, sometimes it's not. It's still an evolving dimension in our work, but it has some key features that could exemplify this. The first would be, so in terms of how we support upgrades and skills development, one is that approaches can be put in four buckets. Few buckets, one of which is to support institutions to specialize in specific trades and sectors, to promote, and then second, to promote industry partnerships, industry-led partnerships for skills development, with a big role for the corporate sector in designing courses, curriculum, and certification. A third approach is to modernize outdated institutions with antiquated equipment, with new and modern infrastructure, facilities, and equipment. And finally, ADB has been supporting a number of projects in different countries to increase the capacity of institutions to offer higher order courses, including TVET at tertiary level, to strengthen skills and talent for countries in response to their need to serve occupations with advanced skills. So all of this is response to demand and expectations from our partner countries. Next slide. So let me illustrate some of this as a few examples I've put together, in terms of ADB support to centers of excellence. In Indonesia, the focus is on expanding offerings of advanced skills that are relevant to industry in a number of sectors. You'll see that even sustainable agriculture, which incorporates technologies, one such sector. In Bhutan, ADB is supporting the setting up of a greenfield training institution with advanced training on new courses for the which include for the services trade. In Georgia, a recently approved project will support modern skills development and the establishment of 3 skills hubs in priority sectors. In India, in India, the support to Global Skills City Campus in Madhya Pradesh is to support the precision engineering trade, where industry has played a very big part in the designing of the facilities, as well as supporting equipment with commercial grade production equipment and trainers with international experience. In the Philippines, ADB will support the upgrading of 17 TTIs and the establishment of regional training and innovation centers that will offer diplomas, joint programs with industry in emerging technologies, support applied R&D, business incubation, and entrepreneurship. So these are some of the ways in which we have created support to institutions that will be leading institutions in the respective countries. Next slide, please. Now, I would also like to share a new type of center of excellence concept that we've been toying with, and we feel is an important concept for developing Asia in the infrastructure field, deriving from the great need and very high infrastructure needs, and also the need from our developing partner countries for quality jobs. ILO would fully subscribe to that objective from our partner countries. So the driving force is from the changing labor market, as well as the application of disruptive technologies. Next slide. So to illustrate, we have estimated that the Asia and Pacific region has massive infrastructure needs, which are estimated to be as high as 26 billion during the 2016-2030 period. And even the cost of infrastructure, which does not have climate mitigation included, even there, the estimations are quite high. So the reason for such wide possible centers of excellence for infrastructure would be a win-win for developing Asia is that it can match skills with quality jobs and sustainable infrastructure with high quality infrastructure needed for modern economies. Next slide. So let me now turn to the underlying. So this is how we look at centers of excellence for infrastructure going forward. This is how we'd like to think about the possible expansion of the concept in the sphere of infrastructure. This is driven by massive investments by ADB as well as other agencies in the sphere. For which a highly skilled workforce is critical. A number of players have already expressed anxiety that the relevant skilled workforce is not there for them to, deploy new technologies in infrastructure, modern equipment, and also like things like HVAC and climate resilient infrastructure, energy efficient infrastructure. All of this requires a highly skilled workforce at the technician level, as is the middle caliber, as well as managers and higher order professionals like architects and finance experts and so on. So ADB is set up to deliver development support to its countries as a knowledge bank. So it's not only about finance for development, but we are also consider ourselves as playing a big role in being knowledge clearinghouse. And forums like this help us to tap into knowledge that is existing in other domains, in other international groups, on how can we look at the future needs for infrastructure and skills development and in building excellence there. So we believe that as a major investor in infrastructure support, whether it's roads, transport, energy, ports, you name it, we are invested in all these areas. Talent and skills will become crucial for long-term sustainability of these investments. So skills are also important for these investments and these technologies to be future ready. And we also find that increasingly centers of excellence or TVET institutions in general will have to be more ready to offer a combination of early stage training for entry-level professionals, but also increasingly for workplace-based training for upskilling and reskilling, so that the knowledge base is constantly upgraded and made relevant to the current needs. Next slide, please. So in terms of how we position the whole development rationale for centers of excellence in Tibet and in other educational endeavors is on a number of fronts. If you can click a few more times, the top icons will appear. The first is how can TVET and skills development serve the economic interests of the country. So governments want to know, economies want to know how to invest in skills that will augment their chances in global markets, strengthen their competitiveness and their ability to go up the value chains. The other is about how to strengthen modern and digital capabilities with advanced technologies. COVID is only, whether even despite COVID, even prior to COVID, the whole industry 4.0 transitions and the whole digital technologies prevalence has pointed out the need for investing adequately in these domains. And the third is how can we make institutions more resilient and agile? And this is being reinforced by COVID, how to make institutions, more agile and adaptive to emerging needs. So they don't have to wait for 2 years, 3 years to update their curriculum, roll out new courses. How can they be nimble on their feet and respond quickly to market needs, labor market needs, and to develop courses that will serve the interests of the markets and employers. And last, I think it's increasingly clear to everyone that the digital skills, the foundational digital skills have become at the heart of what could be the new literacy norm, and it's something that has to be inculcated in practically all professions and all trades and all areas. So this is how we look at some of the underlying economic and social rationale. Inclusion and equity is a very important part of what we do. So youth, disadvantaged populations, and how to make these available to them is also a very important part of what we do in Tibet and in supporting centers of excellence. Next slide, please. So in terms of future directions and how we see Tibet, if we see, say, I mean, Chair, Stefano, you've been asking how to explain excellence and inequality, excellence, relevance, job market returns, youth employment, economic returns to economies. We see a number of ways in which Tibet can be the driving force for so many development outcomes that we wish to see, that our partner countries wish to see. So definitely aligning Tibet to the key economic sectors of each country is likely to grow, in our opinion. But we feel that moving forward, establishing the appropriate new standards that match the new realities of a very changing labor market. I mean, labor markets are changing with such great speed, and there's so much unpredictability. How to establish new standards and credentials that match excellence, that match high standards, and how can institutions and Tibet systems aspire to meet a certain basic benchmark, but also such higher standards in a few institutions and a few lighthouse institutions. And of course, innovation and transformations in how Tibet can be delivered and how content can be constantly readjusted and reformulated is an important part. And based on what I said about infrastructure and other things, whether it's smart cities, whether it's climate so smart investments, or whether it's clean energy, we feel that a number of institutions should also be encouraged in specific themes that can become licensed skills training providers, and they can become renowned in those sectors. So all of these find anchor in our policy documents, whether it's the Strategy 2030, which has a strong focus on poverty and quality jobs as a major development outcome, and also in terms of how we see green and climate resilient economic sectors going forward. Next slide, please. So I would like to leave this presentation with a thought that we feel that converging and synergizing with other agencies, and we see that Tibet and higher education are becoming sort of the borders between the two are getting somewhat blurred. Especially in terms of pathways and how we can promote Tibet in the higher education space as well. So we see a great role for technology, especially digital technologies, whether it's in terms of AI, artificial intelligence, and the use of augmented reality, virtual reality, and immersive learning for secondary Tibet and higher Tibet. How can we support micro-credentials and qualification systems and digital credentials? How can we help digital skills upgrading for, let's say, migrant workers and those who have lost their jobs? How can we provide blended learning platforms for those who are already in the workforce and who are at risk of losing jobs or at low paying or low skill jobs? How to help them to transition? And how can we look at lifelong learning digital platforms with stackable credentials, nano qualifications, and blockchain for micro credentials? How can we support virtual research labs and real-time job matching platforms? So these are all preoccupying our minds as we go forward with our work in our developing countries. And we would very much welcome joint working groups or task forces or even a network in which we can share and share our knowledge, share our experience, and also provide technical support mutually to our developing countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. And I think also to put that in context, I mean, in November, there was the Finance in Common Summit of all the development banks in the world, more than 450 development banks in the world, with the endorsement of a more SDG-oriented finance system. And I think that the role of development banks is particularly important in all the discussions that we are having in the Tibet and skills development space. And so thank you very much for giving your insights from your perspective, which of course, in terms of financing this excellence is particularly important. And we also welcome a lot the renewed and accrued focus that the ADB is putting on skills. I think this is very important. I have to take your one word on excellence. Which will be this one word?
Quality jobs.
Quality jobs. Okay, so we are seeing something that is already related to some of the things that our colleagues have said. So thank you very much, Shanti. For the issue of time, I think I will go to the next speaker. So from Colombo Plant Staff College, Ramhari Lamichan. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers. So without further delay, I will go to the, this is a center of excellence concept. And as per the given topic, I am going to present on greening Tibet for sustainable development, because whatever the Tibet programs we offer, Tibet should be sustainable for the sustainable development. Then only we can talk about the center of excellence thing. Center of excellence means quality Tibet, market-driven Tibet with sustainable approach and ultimately gainful employment. So for that, we need greening Tibet in our place. So I'll start my presentation. So presentation will cover introductions, SDG, greening Tibet and green jobs, Tibet and sustainability, paradigm shift in Tibet and recommendations. So I will not talk about this, definitions like Ban Ki-moon's, the former Secretary General of the United Nations gave about this. So sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. So we have to hand over this beautiful earth without damaging its resources to our new generation. That is called sustainable development, and it should become with economic, social, and cultural things. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So sustainable development, I already mentioned, means economic, environmental preservations, and socio-cultural maintenance. Next, please. Where it meets, that is called sustainable development. Next, please. Yeah. So regarding the green skills, when we talk about the Tibet, and we have to focus on green skills, because we are damaging our earth, we are damaging our nature. That's why we are facing the present scenario of COVID-19. So we have to maintain this earth, to promote green skills and skills for sustainability, also known as green skills. So I think all of you are very much aware about this, so no need to explain. Those pictures will tell about what are the green skills. Next, please. And like greening Tibet, when we talk about greening Tibet, it is a continuous effort in the Tibet system to produce graduates with green skills. Like in inputs curricula, our curricula should incorporate green skills and green competencies. Like teachers, we have to train our teachers toward greening competencies. And we need money, machines. Also, we need a lot of investment in the initial stage for the greening Tibet. And machines, infrastructures, we need in favor of the green concept, and we have to aware our students as well. These are the inputs we have to give. In process, like in course delivery, methodology, methods and approaches, networking, operational management, we have to focus for the sustainable development concept and greening Tibet concept. So in each, our inputs, process, if we incorporate greening concept, then only we can produce competent graduates who can work for the green occupations or green skills. So that is the concept. So whole process from input to output, the whole process is called greening Tibet. Not a single occupation, not just to conduct, solar technicians, or let's say electric vehicle. That is not greening Tibet. That is one green skill. So our concept, from conceptual stage to production output stage, we have to follow different path of the the greening, that whole process is called greening Tibet. Next, please. So regarding the green occupations, I'll not explain much in this slide. So preserving or restoring environmental quality, that is the, according to ILO 2011, the occupations or jobs which has to preserve or restore environment quality, protect ecosystem and biodiversity, reduce energy, materials and water consumption. So we have to focus such skills which can contribute to reduce energy, material and water consumption, decarbonize the economy, minimize generation of all forms of waste and pollution. So how to minimize waste during our Tibet delivery and during the work, that's also matter. That is also the part of the green jobs and occupations. Next, please. So I'll not explain this, everybody are aware. Next, please. So the Paris Agreement, so it was like in the UNICEF 21st Conference of Paris, in Paris countries, like they mentioned, strengthen the global response to climate change in the context of sustainable development. That's why all Tibet practitioners, we have to follow that Paris, conference agreement, then we have to follow that. Next, please. So education for sustainable development, when we talk about education for sustainable development, the Tibet curriculums to our 6R principle, like reuse, reduce, renew, recycle, repair, and rethink. This 6R principle should be incorporated in our Tibet curricula, and based on our curricula, we have to implement Tibet programs with the concept of principle of 6R, then we can do sustainable development in Tibet. Otherwise, we can't do it. And this is a very important 6R principle we have to apply. Next, please. So Tibet is heading to our sustainable, like business as usual approach to sustainable development approach. So we should think about the sustainable approach of Tibet, not just completion of Tibet program, that is a business as usual, not only for economic benefit and the access and equity and number game. We have to think quality Tibet through sustainable development approach, and we have to think about economic sustainability as well and social sustainability. When we think about these three approaches, then only we can talk about the Tibet heading towards sustainability. Next, please. So building an educational response that supports better planning for greening work. So more clear approach to look at green work. So we have to think about that. Sector studies, as a Tibet provider or policy makers, we have to do sector studies like construction sector, engineering sector, hospitality sector, agriculture sector. Then investigate the king of work at micro level. Then realistic picture of employer-led or organizational demand for green work. Then we have to work with industry, like industrial linkages is very important. What is the demand of the industry in green work in that particular sector? That is very important. Similarly, improved and more consistent information on green occupation. So we have to keep information's data, and information is power. That's why we have to get information on green occupation. Then only Tibet can respond for the sustainable development. Next, please. So green skills is specialization in an occupation. So when we talk about the occupation, how can we specialize greening concept? So field of knowledge, first we have to give field of knowledge. Materials worked on or with, what type of materials we use, then goods and services produced. From that occupations or job, services, what type of goods and services we produce? Is that environment friendly product or service or not? Or we are making, we are spoiling our environment, that's matter. And tools and equipment used. What type of tools and equipment we used? So when we talk about greening occupations, we have to think these four sectors and 4 elements. Then only we can maintain green specialization in our occupations. Next, please.
2 minutes.
Hello. Next. So 5 pillars for greening Tibet. So when we talk about greening Tibet, this is the approach developed by Colombo Plan back in 2010. So green campus, green curriculum, green community, green research, and green culture. If we maintain these 5 pillars, then we can do greening Tibet. Next, please. Green campus. These are the examples of green campus. Please. Next, please. So managing campus, energy management, water management, waste management, and pollution control. So if we do this, then we can maintain green campus, one of the pillar. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, second is green curriculum. For the curriculum development, like green technology, clean technology, green skills, and ESD program. So during the curriculum development process, integrate green skills or competencies in our curricula. Next, please. Green community. So as a Tibet institutions, we have to partner with the local government or community. Then we have to replicate greening concept to our partner, like a partner community or the nearby village or town. So that's why capacity building, renewable technology, outreach program, resource support, unique practices. So we have to do this approach with the community or that village or town near the institutions. Then we can support our community through the greening concept. Next, please. So green research, renewable energy, water treatment, waste recycling, green innovation. So as a Tibet institutions or providers, we have to do a lot of research related to green technologies and green skills. Then we can give certainly sustainable Tibet programs through the research-based program. Next, please. So green culture. So no plastic, like the example. Please, next, please. Don't waste it. No smoking. That is the culture we have to develop. Like, please turn off light when leaving. These are the cultures we have to develop within our institute. Like a gradation of the waste is like general waste, plastic, aluminum, paper, like this. Next, please. So don't spite here. And green values, green attitude, green ethics, green practices. So these are the 4 elements of green cultures. If we are able to maintain this, then we can develop green culture in our institute. Next, please. So therefore, need paradigm shift in Tibet from Tibet, knowledge, skills, attitude to, next, please. Green Tibet, knowledge, skills, attitude with 6R, reduce, reuse, reduce, renew, recycle, repair, and rethinks. Thank you. So recommendations, greening Tibet, develop policies and strategies, apply green Tibet framework, like 5 pillars, awareness programs, reorient curriculum and human resource development, promote multi-stakeholders partnership. So single institution cannot invest because in the initial investment will be higher. Then research and development, implement ESD in Tibet. Next, please. Then last, and AEPC. So concluding message, I don't want to protect the environment. I want to create a world where the environment doesn't need protection. So with these quotes, I would like to close my presentations. Thank you very much. Because of time pressures, I did marathon presentations, not a slow one. Sorry for that.
That's good.
Thank you very much. And
I assume that your word for excellence will be green.
Yeah, not only green. The green, when you apply the green and sustainable approach, definitely your employment will be sustainable, quality will be sustainable. And like you asked the final word, my final word is sustainable, gainful employment is the excellence of Tibet.
That's too much, but I will take sustainable in any case. Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, the concept of green skills and green jobs as let's say a straightforward cross-cutting dimension of the excellence is of course very important, and we're very grateful to the Colombo Plant Staff College for having reminded us and having led this through your presentation. I will now go to the last presentation, a bit shorter, please. I am sorry, but we are running a bit late. From Karachi Tools Dyes and Mold Center, Teaching Factory, Hamed Mudassir. You are with us? Mr. Mudassir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please. Perfect. Go ahead.
So I need to start this 10 minutes marathon now.
Yeah,
so thank you.
It's an 8-minute marathon.
So very quick. So thank you very much, Krizona, for providing me the chance to interact with the TVET practitioner from different part of worlds. So I met Krizona first time in Turkey in 2005, and then our professional relations are getting stronger and stronger. So congratulate to the SIF team for engaging at the huge diversified global community. I am Mudassir Ahmed from KTDMC Pakistan, which is the first teaching factory of Pakistan. And we are involved in designing and manufacturing of highly precise manufacturing of molds. And as well as we are offering different diploma and WET certification under true factory environment. So let's brief you up about our last 10 years in the next 8 minutes. So I believe all of us who are involved in TVET education, especially in the transformation of manufacturing skills holistically, we all have 5 pain points, no matter what country we belong to. The first one is the industry academia integration. Second one is financial sustainability. Alignment with modern trends, instructors upgradation, and finally the employment. So in next slides, I will define how we at KTDMC are coping with these challenges. So I would like to quote the extract from ManyFuture. It is a magazine published by European Union in which it is stated that very quickly, development of educational curricula has not kept pace with the growing capacity either of the industry or economy, and even less with the rapid development of new technologies. Studies are often too lengthy, too general. Furthermore, it can be argued that manufacturing is a subject that cannot be handled efficiently inside a university classroom alone. So addressing this problem emerges a strategic challenge for European manufacturing education. Integrating the factory environment with the classroom seems to be the only way forward. So to this end, it is increasingly evident that the teaching factory is the required breakthrough. So in 2007, our Ministry of Industries and Production conceived the same idea that a teaching factory should be established with the public-private partnership to minimize the import of like high-tech dyes and molds. And on the same time, different TVET programs should be executed in a true factory environment. Another boundary was set that this teaching factory should make itself financially self-sustainable and will only be given the one-time capital investment and later sustain itself with the design and manufacturing services and corporate courses, meanwhile subsidizing the WET certification. So we had started our operations in 2007, defined the strategy, aligned the team, and finally developed all the high precise die casting molds of Honda CD70, which were previously imported from Japan. So, and this achievement make us very sustainable financially. So next slide, please. So I would like to focus on the 5 pains, the way we are addressing them, in which the first one is the industry academia integration. So as I mentioned earlier, next slide. Next slide, please. So this is our journey. We had started in 2007. And we had developed the first time the engine mold of 70 cc. Then we had started 3 years diploma program. And in 2018, we had started some certification related to dyes and molds. And finally, we have transformed all that conventional mechanism into CBT, the competency-based training. So now we are offering CBT programs in a true teaching factory environment. Next, please. So these are the 5 pains which we are addressing through our teaching factory model. The first one is industry academia integration. As I mentioned earlier, that we have an academic block in which we have classrooms and labs. Then we have factory environment in which we bring students to impart their practical assignments and get them conditioned with the true factory right from the first day of their admission. Next class. Sorry. So as far as financial sustainability is concerned, we earn by offering customized corporate trainings to address the specific need of industry, design and manufacturing of dies and molds, offering reverse engineering and heat treatment services, and being a non-profit organization, we are offering this in a very competitive way. So now, we believe that instructors are the main pivot in this transformation, and the modern industrial trends could only be inculcated in students if we inculcate them in our teachers. So this means the more our teachers are aligned with the modern trends, the more it will help to integrate these trends in our TVET education. So we are very, very much focused on the development of our instructors, our teachers. We have got them trained internationally and from different countries. And I would like to mention here, maybe you people already know that there are different senior citizens organization, non-profit organization in different part of world, which comes to you to get you upgrade in different areas, especially from TVET sector, like JICA from Japan, PUM from Netherlands, SES Germany. So these are the organizations which are helping us a lot to upgrade our teachers. So the second thing which I would like to mention here is our focus on the neuroscience and educational psychology. As our previous participants and previous presenters from ADB and from Microsoft have put much focused in this area, that we need behavioral competencies as well as technical competencies. And the World Economic Forum, every year they upgrade what soft skills we need to have in our students, so that they can get themselves aligned with the modern trends and the upcoming challenges and the technology. So we got our teachers trained and certified in educational neurosciences, neurolinguistic programming, so that they can inculcate these soft skills, the ethical skills which were mentioned by SIF and Givona many times, and life skills as mentioned by Alexa from Microsoft and Tony from China earlier. So this really helped us a lot, and we have developed different courses and manuals to improve the learning ability, higher order thinking skills, emotional intelligence of students based on neuroscience. And we are also working to develop assessment mechanism. This is a very interesting thing we are doing, that we have mechanism prevailing in global community, that we can assess the technical skills, but what about gauging the soft skills, which we are very much focused on. So we are developing assessment mechanism so that the behavioral competencies could be gauged the way technical competencies are being gauged. So now coming to the last challenge, next slide, that is employment. So our employment
I think we have lost you. I don't know if it's my problem, Valentina.
So far,
oh, no, okay, fine.
Okay.
Please go ahead. You broke out for a moment.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, Mr. Ahmed.
Okay. No, yes, I think we are taking. I mean, he was close to the final version, to the final slide of his presentation. I think if he is back, we can have the final word from him. But in any case, we are a little bit over time. I just want to make some concluding remarks on the various words that have been said today. So. thank you very much for your participation. We have had more than 100 people all over these 2 hours. It was really very interesting to hear from our 7 presenters. Very different approaches to the question of excellence, capability, quality, process, employment rate and quality jobs, sustainability. These were some of the words that have been pronounced and approaches that have been put forward by our presenters. I think this was a nice way to get even better into this discussion around excellence, which will be the main topic of these 2 days. I just want to close with one reflection, something that I have been thinking a lot in the last couple of years, and it's the fact that the role of the TVET Center is clearly changing. So what we are seeing globally is that we cannot do business as usual. TVET Center's role is changing a lot. The systems that have better employment outcomes are the ones in which work-based learning is taking the upper hand. And this calls for a profound transformation of the TVET centers all over the world. Apprenticeship, work-based learning, lifelong learning. Most of the exciting things, or some of the exciting things, are happening outside of the TVET centers and even outside of the centers of excellence. So I think that starting from this reflection, we should think on how and which role and which flavor our centers of excellence need to have. And in line with what Georgios was saying, is it just the center of excellence, or do we need an inclusive approach to let the whole TVET systems in some countries benefit of the investments that are done in the center of excellence? So centers of excellence really as lighthouses for the whole system. And I think this is something that I wanted to share with you. And it's also very, very, very important. And I see that Mudassir has put his 7th word, that is attitude. And I think this is very important. Centers of excellence need to keep this attitude going to achieve sustainability, to achieve good employment outcomes and quality jobs. But it is still a process, as Georgios was saying, a process that is guided by quality, as our colleagues from Madagascar have shared, in order to develop capabilities, as our colleague from Bangladesh has shared with us. So I think this is it from my side. Thank you very much, Skillman, for having me in this session as a moderator. It was a tough job. I'm really sorry for the last couple of interventions, which were a bit squeezed. But nevertheless, I think we had great inputs from Colombo and from Karachi to nurture our reflection on the evolving nature of the TVET centers all around the world. So thank you very much for all the participants to be with us. And really, thanks to Skillman for organizing the nice event. I will be with you tomorrow morning in this session on AR/VR. And it was really a pleasure to be with you. I hand it over.
Yes, indeed, it was a very outstanding session. And you were very entertaining. Stefano, thank you very much for leading the session. Before heading to our lunch break, just 10 minutes of our time, Elena Romanini now is leading a small activity that we're going to do jointly with you participants, and it's going to be a polls and word clouds activity to allow us to have some reflections and to wrap up our first sessions of the morning. Elena, if you want to start, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Valentina, for this space. Thank you for all the panelists and to Stefano for his stunning moderation. So we can conclude this really interesting and inspiring session with a play, continuing to play with keywords related to excellence. So we will go to access to Slido. We will use this easy platform to play together for these 2-3 minutes maximum. So please go access to Slido directly from your browser, accessing this code through this code, or scan this QR code here. Then, so when you are ready, in some seconds, I think we can start with the first question of our game, that is excellence means. So we can look at together in real time, according to your answers to the question directly through Slido, what is for you or for us better excellence after having listening to hints and suggestions of our panelists and participants. So joint action plans for development at first place, but also mutual learning, of course. Well, mutual learning has jumped at the first place. So yes, peer learning, stable partnership, and also valorization of diversity, because through the session we have seen different models of excellence, but of course we can have through a network the integration of this diversity and diverse approach to excellence, being excellence a process and a continuous learning and development, we can say. So joint action plans for development is absolutely our first choice, having in mind to share some main concepts and keywords for future cooperation, of course, after the CIF 2020. So second question, prior challenges for TVET are inclusion, digitalization, internationalization of TVET providers, upskilling and reskilling youth and employment, and valorization of dual training and VBL in all its forms. We know that, as Stefano has concluded the session, we can say that TVET is strongly changing, and we are here speaking together how to redefining the future of TVET itself. So upskilling and reskilling seems to be our first choice besides youth unemployment and digitalization. Of course, upskilling and reskilling is a crucial topic for the next month, we can say, in the redefining process, because it's not only a question of youth support, but also of upskilling and reskilling of all people, no one left behind. So once again, takeaways in one sentence. One can bring with us after this first marathon of this morning together. So please write a short sentence that according to you can summarize and embed what we can bring together after and before the break for lunch. Greening TVET, inclusion, fight social exclusion. Okay, pedagogy, open mind, it's also very important for any innovation process. Collaboration, of course, inclusion once again, dignity, yes. Andragogy, interesting terms, because of course it's different to speak about pedagogy or andragogy, and thinking about upskilling and reskilling, we have to consider also andragogy, so adults as main target. Center of excellence, TVET trends, independence, that mobility, yes, we have new forms of mobility as a reaction to COVID and post-COVID situation. So virtual mobility, as we are speaking about virtual mobility or anyway virtual internship, etc. Green TVET and private sector and public sector collaboration probably seems to be our first choices after attending the session. Okay, so thank you very much. Decent jobs is quite important. The last one, priority challenges on excellence for all. Yes, we can build together a word cloud. Probably some keywords could be the same as the previous mini game, but anyway, let's build together the final word cloud to be, yes, to co-design a picture that could be also a starting point for our common further appointments and cooperation forms. So inclusion, founding, decent work. So once again, inclusion seems to be the cross-cutting item that we have to take in mind as overall approach to our future activities and redefining the future of TVET to be ready for, yes, future-ready TVET systems. Policymaker engagement, yes, of course, we have seen that financing, but also policymaker direct engagement is crucial and absolutely essential for this redesigning of TVET. Cooperation, sustainability, digitalization. Thank you, Skillman team. Thank you very much. So mobilized resource, it's also important, and skill woman. Yes. Okay. So thank you very much for these hints and have a good break for lunch. Remember that to stay with us also in the afternoon. We have a very rich agenda also for the second part of the day. And thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder before you all go, we will meet here again at 2 p.m. after the lunch break. If you want to access again the platform, you can do it through the link that you used this morning. Is going to be the same link. Otherwise, you can just turn off your camera and your audio and keep connected. See you all in 50 minutes, more or less.
Mora perto di mar, perto di mar col céu, longe de boca desse mundo, na silêncio me cunha cresceu. Mora perto de mar, perto de mar com céu, longe de boca desse mundo, na silêncio me cunha cresceu. Bia de meu morar perto de mar, tá namorar longe de boca desse mundo. Bia de meu, minha cresceu, bem para não bem morar perto de mar, tá namorar longe de boca desse mundo. Mar bem contar, mesmo destino. Es bo destino, sim que mamei. Nós vinderou lá na areia, só te abraçar, só te beijar. Namorar longe de boca desse mundo. Gosto dia de te acontecer, as coisas estranhas ainda nos terra. Tá mudança de te acontecer, cá tem monte de cara já gaguejar. Ilha do espaço já tremer que me, crer na mistério com não. Gosto dia de te acontecer, as coisas estranhas ainda nos terra. Tá mudança de te acontecer, cá tem monte de cara já gaguejar. Ilha do espaço já tremer que me, crer na mistério com não. E é de nós meninos, nós anger, já te arriscado nos calendários, trabalhadores que mexes, é medo um terremoto, democracia que te comprou, não se copira nem florir, brincou, que não mexe com nossa tradição, história de nossas terras, querer cambar no esquecimento, história de nossas terras, querer cambar no esquecimento. História de nossas terras, querer cambar no esquecimento. Cambar no esquecimento. Quanto dia te tá acontecer, as coisas estranhas na nossa terra, a mudança te tá acontecer, que até esquecimento, povo cá tá brincar, cá não mexe que nós tradição. Histórias nos terras, crecambá, no esquecimento. 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 Fazemos lá lugar mais sereno, fazem infância um jardim de felicidade, ajudam a crescer com todo amor e amizade, dão bom carinho e boa ternura, oh mãe querida, que Deus dá. Dá-me leite do peito sagrado, mamãe querida. Dá-me bom sustento abençoado, papai querido. Ajuda-me a viver minhas ilusões, minhas fantasias. Me quebres a flor da revolução, me quebres a fruto da alegria. Dá-me leite sagrado, mamãe querida. Dá-me sustento, mamãe querida. Dá-me minhas ilusões, minhas fantasias. Me quebres a Dá-me leite ao peito sagrado, mamãe querida. Dá-me bom sustento abençoado, papai querido. Ajuda a viver minhas ilusões, minhas fantasias. Me quebres a flor da revolução, me quebres a fruto da dá-me vivenhas de ilusão, minhas fantasias, me quebra de flor, revolução, me quebra de fruto de alegria. Já me tem luz de uma estrela e na minha caminhada dinha lua tá vigiar para tudo de bom ser vrado prata o manto leitoso acolhe minhas pós bem devagarinho. Caminhada, minha lua tá vigiar para tudo de bom ser vrado prata o manto leitoso acolhe minhas pós bem devagarinho brisa tá sussurrando que és dor de meu tá ser sepultado na imensidão de bonança desse noite tão clara e então que toda minha paz reencontrada tá poder seguir tinha estrela já puta brilha nasceu minha infortuna para dizer na minha sina já mudar já puta brilha nasceu minha infortuna para dizer que minha sina já mudar. Convivência, desenhos, vivência, paciência de consequência, resistência de extravagância. Angola, Angola, oi, poção, caminhos catamatã, bem que hora para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, oi, poção, caminhos catamatã, bem que hora para banhar caminho. Deixa morrer de sonhar na sombra de bojo magoado de uma pequena gentil, de um corpo perfumado. Deixa morrer de sonhar na sombra de bojo magoado de uma pequena gentil, de um corpo perfumado. Assim deixa morrer a flor na deixa morrer, tá sonhando. É assim que uma pomba nasce ninho, assim deixa morrer o flor. Na sombra de boldinho, deixa morrer, tá sonhando. É assim que uma pomba nasce ninho. Se pomba é feliz, deixa morrer, tá sonhando. É assim que uma pomba nasce ninho, assim deixa morrer o flor. Na sombra de boldinho, deixa morrer, tá sonhando. É assim que uma pomba nasce ninho. Só na madrugada de noite sem fim, na estrada na lua cheia, na terra de ninguém, vou parecer cantar de sol, nanha oi, luar nanha sol, noiva de madrugada, suave juvenil. Vou prender minha alma, contar até 1000 tons de beleza na boca que deixa preso minha pobre coração. vazio de tristeza profunda, com chão verdade desse mundo, uma vida que é só vida. Mas na prisão de a liberdade, sem bom, punha a razão magoar, sem dor, na minha alma um vazio de tristeza profunda, com chão verdade desse mundo, uma vida tem só vida. Sol despontar no leito radioso, céu de mim dele enfeitar, com seu vestir luminoso. Sol despontar no leito radioso, céu de mim dele enfeitar, com seu vestir luminoso. Seu vestido de azul, bordado de ouro, minde de norte a sul, vestido de gala e flor. Seu vestido de azul, bordado de ouro. seu vestido de azul, bordado de ouro, mindeiro de norte a sul, vestido de gala em flor, seu vestido de azul, bordado de ouro, mindeiro de norte a sul, vestido de gala em flor. Gente, mindelo não abre nos braços, não pôr coração na mão, para não brindar no abraço. Gente, mindelo não abre nos braços, não pôr coração na mão, para não brindar no abraço. Um abraço morabeza, desse povo só Vicente. Na força de tradição, nota perpetuar essa alegria. Recordai, Senhor São Silvestre, não vendar boas festas para todos. Recordai, Senhor São Silvestre, não vendar boas festas para Cabo Verde. Recordai, Senhor São Silvestre, não vendar boas festas para todos. Recordai, Senhor São Silvestre, não vendar boas festas para Cabo Verde. Oh, que sinfonia lá na Bahia, oh irmão, não tá feliz. Oh, que sintonia no melodia, cantor na som de mil vozes, e eu que não tão doce e colorido. Hoje, findão, hoje não vem festejar conosco, morabeza, não vem gozar desse dia. São de findão, já vi que para nova, na força de tradição, nota perpetua essa alegria. Recordai, tão doce e colorida. Kita conta bunha critiu, tudo com tem sofrido, na ausência e na distância. Cata pensa nha critiu, nem boca tá imaginar que mais longe de bom tem sofrido. Pergunta a lua nasceu, lua minha companheira de solidão. Lua, vagabundo de espaço, que conceito da minha vida, minha desventura.
Okay, welcome back. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being with us after your lunch break. I hope you had a nice lunch time. Now we are back together with our agenda for the afternoon with very exciting activities and events that are going to take place until 5:30 this afternoon. Now it's the time to present our digital transformation of learning. This session is going to have three speakers. I would like to give very special thanks to the European Training Foundation who organized this space. And again, this is going to be a session involving three main speakers. One is going to be Filippo Del Nino from ETF right away. Then we're going to have Luis de la Torre, the CEO and founder of Nebulous Systems. And lastly, we're going to have a specific presentation from Chris Richmond, the founder of Migrants. So without indulging any further, Let me just move on with the slides. And first of all, before even getting to the presentations, we would like to have your special contributions to make this session as interactive as possible, as we understand that this is siesta time. So let's not sleep altogether. Let's keep this dynamic and engaging. So please, everybody, try to access this platform, Slido, with the access code ETFDTL. Alternatively, you have a QR code here on your screen. So please, if you want, you can scan this, and let's go to like start with this poll. So let's see what is going to be. To what extent will the introduction and expansion of digital online learning and digitization of education continue after the end of pandemic? So this is a live poll. So whatever you type in your answers to these polls will appear on our screen now. So we can comment quickly your answers. For now, it will continue and will affect all levels of education is leading. Thank you for sending your responses. I can see that now the 82% of you is answered that it will continue and will affect all levels of education. I see already that some other people are responding, it will continue at a regular pace, but it will be limited to specific contexts and not at a systemic level. And also, let's say a handful of people are answering it will stop or continue slowly in specific contexts. This is just a little bit to contextualize with the topic and to see your experience and your comments on the topic that we're going to talk about in just a few minutes. Again, we're receiving a few more comments, a few more answers. Contribute to the poll. Let's see what you all reply. Again, 75% of you are typing that it will continue and it will affect all levels of education. So let's see if that's the case. And I'm just going to give the floor to Filippo Del Nino. Filippo Del Nino is from the European Training Foundation. Again, thank you very much to the European Training Foundation for the organization of this session. We're going to be together for 1 hour and a half, so until 3:30. So Filippo, if you're connected, I will give the floor to you.
Thank you very much.
We lost you for a little bit, Filippo. Okay, now you're back. You lost connection for just a while. Thank you.
Okay, so the idea behind this presentation is because we have faced over the last few years a change in our support for our partner countries and how we are supporting them in developing digitalization in education and digital teaching and learning. So we had 3 phases which are heavily been impacted by COVID. Of course, before COVID, we were mainly working at piloting new pedagogies and digital approaches in a few schools, usually center of excellence or in specific schools which were identified as more available from the ministry to actually participate in this type of pilots. And we had relatively big funds compared to the number of schools involved, the number of teachers involved. And then we had the pandemic crisis, so all countries had to deal in no time, 2-3 weeks, with the systemic introduction of distance education to actually avoid students losing years of education with basically little resources because no funds were originally allocated. And of course, you had to deal with the whole amount of students at all educational levels. In this phase, what we have done is try to support them by monitoring the situation, organizing webinars where we shared the best practices and the experiences, and we let countries discuss on how they were dealing with the situation. And now we're in a different phase. We are still in the crisis, unfortunately, so we're still dealing with the complexity of COVID, but many countries, what they're trying to do now is to introduce a system change. They actually discovered that they coped with this challenge better than they expected. I have to say schools at all levels and the ministry have been quite successful in introducing different systems in a very little time. So they now have a much better understanding of what it entails to set up these new systems. They have new tools. Sometimes at central level, you may have some central platforms for e-learning. Sometimes at school levels, many centers of excellence have piloted Moodle platforms or something else. But they still have little resources, because when you deal with all schools at all levels, the number of resources that you have for the different schools is quite limited. So what we received in terms of requests from many countries is, how do I actually set up a new system? How do I make a new strategy for introducing of digitalization in education? And that's where we started investigating what are all the key pillars that you have to take into consideration where you develop these new strategies. Next slide. So of course, you can cluster these differently according to how you prefer, but these are more or less all the elements. You have the policy framework, the hardware and software, the pedagogy, the digital content to be developed, the students' digital competences, the teachers' digital competences. Then you have an important element, which is equity and social inclusion. Then you have the quality assurance of the whole framework. So we'll go quickly through all of these. So starting from policy framework, next slide. Okay, so in terms of policy framework, the most important thing is to start understanding the scope that countries want to engage. Ideally, and digitalization addresses the whole educational system. So you would like to start with a lifelong learning strategy where you can create a lot of complementarity between the different levels. However, depending on the governance of the country, you may have countries where these get too complicated, where you don't move because you have to manage too many stakeholders, too many ministries, too many sub-directorates. So this is really something that the countries have to decide for themselves. Ideally, the lifelong learning environment is the best one for digitalization, but this has to be really customized by each country. Then for governance, you also have the public-private partnership that you can develop with private actors. We had a lot of cooperation with telecoms during the COVID crisis for many countries. So you may think of involving private sectors representing digital companies in the governance of the new policy framework. In terms of objectives, it's very important to be focused from the beginning. It's quite complicated to address the whole system from scratch. So you may want to define what is your priority. You may use digital online learning for increasing effectiveness of education. So you may have less schools dealing with specialization of schools because students can actually attend schools through online learning and then having only part of the classes in school. So you may have specialization. You may have students who actually attend schools which are not available in the area. So you have a lot of opportunities in terms of creating efficiency and effectiveness in the sector. Or you may just use it at national level to improve the quality of education by developing digital material, interactive lessons that are introduced at all levels in the classes. Or you may also develop an objective of addressing social inclusion by targeting population which have problems in accessing education, in accessing school, especially in very big countries. So according to what is your priority, then you have to really focus your strategy, especially in the short term, short and medium term. While you can have a long-term objective of actually targeting all levels, in the beginning, focusing is very important. And then you have the financing element, which is quite important because you need to understand what is the cost of what are your objectives. Because you have to plan resources, because if you don't have the resources, then all your plans are simply not being able to be put in place, especially in an area like digitalization, which has some entry costs which are based on the hardware. Talking about hardware, next slide. The first very important element is to assess which are the minimum standards that are required by all actors. According to what are your objectives and what you want to do, you need to assess what schools need to have, what teachers need to have in schools and at home, what students and families, also in companies, talking about work-based learning, and also talking about other potential stakeholders. And this has to be a very regular assessment because the requirements when you talk about digitalization change very rapidly. So you may also decide that you put some standards in the beginning which are minimum because you know that that's what the families can allow. and then you adapt your pedagogies to the standards that you have. So you cannot be too ambitious if you don't need to provide students with certain software, for example, especially when you talk about technical vocations. But then over time, you need to review your standards to be able to develop, deliver education at a higher level. If you talk about 3D printers, for example, now you don't have at home. You do have 3D printers only in some schools at higher level for specific vocations, but that can change. So they can become cheaper and cheaper. And then maybe you arrive at a point where for certain vocations, it is a minimum requirement. If you enroll your child in those schools, they will say, you need to have a 3D printer. It's 300, 400 euros, but you need to buy it. And if you put it as a minimum requirement, then you have to integrate policies which allow families who don't have the money to actually get one from the school or to rent one from the school. So it's very important that the standards are assessed on a regular basis from the Ministry or the Quality Assurance Institute, depending on who's the stakeholder who takes responsibility for this. It's a very important element also of social inclusion, because you can't just say you need to have one computer at home because you probably have 3-4 kids, and then one computer is not enough. So this is very important to be very careful. I just put an example, which is Selfie. Selfie is a tool developed by the European Commission by a number of partners like Joint Research Center in ETF, which allow a self-reflection process to integrate digital technologies in teaching, learning, student assessments. It goes beyond the issue of only hardware and software, but it's a quite good tool to start having an assessment. We are piloting it. It's already used in many EU countries. We are piloting in several countries outside Europe. In many countries now, they are setting up a strategy for implementing Selfie on a regular basis. So this is just to give you an example. So you can look on the internet. Is a quite easy tool, but it's also quite effective and useful. Next slide. Now, the pedagogy is the most important thing. So it's a condition sine qua non. You can't have any form of digital online learning with traditional front teaching from teachers. That's what we had in the beginning of the COVID reaction, because there was no other alternative. You basically had Skype or Google Meet or whatever, the teacher speaking and the students listening. If you're lucky, listening, otherwise just other stuff. So if you don't have a pedagogy which let students interact and make project works and exercise over the computer, is just not working. It's just pointless to continue. Now, of course, we had to do it last year, and we're doing it this year for countries because there was no other solution. But if you want to set up a new strategy and you want to be ambitious, then you can only implement online learning and distance learning with a relevant pedagogies. These are some limitations because of course you don't have physical interaction, but very many opportunities. I think the two examples we'll see will really give an idea of what you can do, and that's really, really a lot. Of course, working online in an online setting will boost student-centered pedagogies because they will have to be interactive. They will be to have initiative. They will have to work on projects. So there's a lot of strong synergies between the two pedagogies. And most important thing of all, it has to be owned by all stakeholders. So it has to be owned by the ministries who has to set it up, by the teachers who have to implement it, by the students who have to use it, and by the families. And all these stakeholders is essential. Now with families, for example, in some cases, you do not have a positive reaction. Like in Italy, you have a very conservative approach from families, a very strong and negative reactions towards distance learning. I know because my daughter is in school, lower secondary, and there's a daily guerrilla from parents against distance learning. And that's something you can't avoid. I mean, but you have to take it in consideration. There's no way you introduce it if the families oppose it. So, I mean, this ownership, and it's very important. And we have to set up a strategy. You have to involve families from the beginning to show them what are the added value. Otherwise, you have this negative reaction, especially from the beginning. because you start, it's going to be difficult at the beginning. Teachers are not going to be good in the beginning. So if you don't have the buy-in of the families, it's going to be blocked immediately. Next slide. Okay, the digital content is a problem in the sense that you need a massive amount of digital content to be developed. So it's not a problem in terms that you have companies who can do it. You do have a lot of content which is already available. The problem is that you don't have content and already for all subjects at all levels. So if you want to go, especially in digitalization of education, which means addressing all levels of education and all subjects, you need to put a lot of work. And be developed by national or international companies. A lot of it it's already available. A lot of it is available for free. So you can already look on the internet, and there are already many organizations in Europe who provide content. Then you may have specific national authorities who are charged to develop this content. But the most important and a biggest added value is that content developed by teachers. You've got hundreds and thousands of teachers in some countries per subject. And if they start developing content on their own, and if you can quality assure the content, so you say this is acceptable to be shared for all teachers, then you will not have any problem anymore. In a few years, you will have even too much content to work on. So the importance of network is very important to underline here, and the importance of teachers to start developing their own content, interactive lessons, tests, exercises, and whatever. And the same thing can be said about the content developed by students. If you work on a project base, if you work in an interactive environment, students will actually come up with their own research, their own projects, their own ideas, their own exercises, and also these can be shared once you make a quality assurance check. So there's a lot of opportunities in terms of developing digital content, but this has to be taken in consideration when you start working on a strategy. So you should start asking yourself, how do I cope? Because you may also prioritize in certain areas, because those areas or those vocations are the ones where you already have a lot of content. So you may say, in these areas, we do the teacher training for the teachers because we already have a lot of content. So I train the teachers, I have the content, I can start working through the education. In other areas, maybe I don't invest because in any case, I don't have enough material. So assessing what you have and what you can find and what you have to develop is very important also for the prioritization of your interventions. Next slide. This is the most important slide of all. I mean, this is the students' digital competences. Okay, this can be both the tool for digitalization of education, in the sense that you can apply and implement pedagogies and tools of a certain complexity only when the students have the digital competences to manage it. Okay. It's very important that you assess what are the digital competences of students, because that's necessary for you to plan what type of education you can use. But at the same time, if you frame the skills and the competence required by students in a number of levels and descriptors, you can already also define digital competency as a key competence. So something which is the outcome of your education system. This is the most important thing, because using digital competence as a key competence is very useful at all levels. So if we move to the next slides, I can show you just what the European Union has done with the digital competence framework for citizens. This is just a very general slide. You have these 5 competence areas. In total, it's 21 competences. Each competence has its own levels and descriptors. It is quite complex when you see it the first time, but when you start using it, this is very useful. And this you can use also to plan what are the standards that you want students to achieve at a different level. So what are the standards that you define for students which finish primary education? You define the standards, you make sure that students do reach those levels, and then you can use these standards to plan education at lower or secondary level. So, and these standards has to evolve over time, because the new generation will be much more digital native than what we have now. So every 5 years, you can actually upgrade the standard. Say, okay, I think that end of primary students should be able to reach level 2 of digital content creation, but maybe in 5 years' time, you can actually pretend that they reach level 3 just because of their background, which is different from what we had and what our children have now. So it's very important that you use something similar to this. This is a very good standard. It's a very good framework. It's been developed through the work of hundreds of researchers, teachers, professors, experts. So it's a very solid one. But of course, in every country, you can adapt it, customize it, simplify if you want. But having a reference framework for using digital competence as a key competence is the most effective way to actually plan reforms in digital education, implement reforms, and monitor reforms. Next slide. Okay, teachers' competence, it comes without saying. It's the main success factor and, of course, the main challenge. When we talk about teachers, I mean, talking about a huge number, I mean, a stakeholder which has a huge number of units. So in terms of addressing these, you need to probably prioritize in the beginning, and then you need to have passion, because you probably need also generational change to really have teachers which at system level can systemically implement digital education. That's why it's a good reason to prioritize. You may find areas of vocation where it's easier to start. You may find levels of education where it's easier to start. Could be at a university level, could be a primary, depending really of your assessment of the teacher's competence. The complexity of the pedagogy you want to use at a different level of education, of course, has to be adapted to the level of competence of teachers. And to be able to assess what is the level of competence of teachers, again, you need a framework. Again, you have one which has been already developed by the Commission. It's called the DG Comp Edu. Sorry, the acronym is a bit complex, but it's a framework which helps to assess what are the competences of teachers. So it has a number of areas. We can move to the next slide. I don't know if you can read because it's a bit small, but you have 6 different areas, again, with different levels, different descriptors, and this framework can be used to assess the teacher's competences. And again, it's used to have standards. So you may define what is the minimum standard that new teachers might have. You may decide for new teachers, I'm going to introduce in the pre-service teacher training this component, and they say you can only become a teacher if you reach level 3, for example, of all indicators, or level 2 to start, but you need in 10 years time to reach level 4. So you may use this framework to actually plan the competences of your new teachers. And for the existing one, of course, you can introduce this framework and these levels for the in-service teacher training. So this framework or something similar, again, each country can customize a framework according to their needs. But again, it is a very good starting place if they want to use. So countries can really use this framework to decide how to shape the reform, which area to prioritize, how much to invest, and all these factors. Next slide. This for me is the most important. Is I'm especially keen on highlighting the problem of equity and social inclusion, and all studies have demonstrated that when you've tried to implement digital online learning at system level, so for all students, it always increases inequalities in education. Digital online learning and digitalization in education have a strong potential to be used for social inclusion. So, and I think we have one of the 2 examples, which is a very good example for it. So you will have a lot of cases of best practices where this is used for social inclusion. But when you go system level, it brings inequalities unless you make a very big effort to take this under control. The reasons are probably obvious. I mean, there are disadvantages in hardware, software, between different students. There's an equal distribution of the key transversal competences, which are the drivers of digital online learning. So you need students who are able to take initiative, to work in group, to lead, to look for information, analyze information. If you don't have these strong transversal competences, you will not make use of the added value of digital online learning. And students who do have it will will get the benefit of it, and these inequalities between students of different social classes will be even more highlighted. Then you have, of course, the special cases of students with learning disabilities, which are more difficult to be supported online. And then you have the cases of the stronger dropout. There was an interview when introduced distance learning. There was an interview with a group of students outside school, in a typical environment where they're being more honest, with a pack of students all supporting each other. And they asked these students, what did he think about distance education? And the student, I quote, said, "Distance learning sucks because I play FIFA the whole time." Which is a contradictory statement, because the students acknowledge the fact that he doesn't hear the lessons and it actually brings a negative impact on his learning. But at the same time, he just cannot avoid to play video games during the lesson. And this example actually gives you an idea of all the aspects I've just mentioned. So you need teachers who are able to actually have interactive lessons. Do not provide frontal lessons which are boring for students. You need students who have developed competences which allow them to interact, because you need to have students who have learned already from primary that they want to take actually the central, to stand on the podium and talk and present and participate. And if you don't have that, even if the teacher is good, they will not participate. And then you have the social inclusion element. So the first students who will switch off the camera and switch off the audio are the ones which are at risk, and are the ones who actually drop out soon after. And even in countries, I was at a presentation from Estonia, which is one of the countries where they have the stronger focus on social inclusion. And they said we had a huge problem last year with dropout, because it was too easy for them just to go outside, don't even attend. And it was very difficult for us to actually recover them. And what they've decided, for example, is for students at risk, they reopen the schools as those ones, we send them back to school, even during COVID, because we cannot have them staying at home. So this social inclusion element is really one of the priorities when you start implementing digitalization of education at system level. Then we have quality assurance. I will go quite quickly on this slide. You need to define standards for schools, for teachers, we talk about it, for students, and you need to revise the standards on a regular basis. Usually this is part of the quality assurance processes. So when you actually apply for the certificate from school to the quality assurance, that you need to respect a number of standards, and you can include a number of standards for digitalization. So you can decide that only schools which respect certain standards implement online learning, for example. So you have a number of opportunities to use quality assurance to actually improve and make sure that digitalization in education is delivered in a way that is effective and doesn't increase social exclusion. Then have a next slide. Just a few overall conclusion. This is clearly a long-term reform, and which has an exponential impact. So in the beginning, when you start implementing these reforms, you will not see massive results. But then when the new generation will start developing digital competences already from kindergarten and primary education, then the impact is going to be exponential, because you will be in a position to implement much more advanced pedagogies using much more advanced tools, give students much more autonomy, and so on and so on. So it will have a limited impact in the short term, but it's really advisable to start working on these strategies, because it may have an exponential impact in the future. It requires introduction of digital key competence. For me, it's again is a condition sine qua non. It's very, very useful for the implementation of digitalization strategies at all levels. For each aspect, if you are able to assess what are the digital competences of students, then you are in a position to plan and implement and monitor reforms properly. It naturally increases inequality in education, so this has to be managed carefully. Again, you need to assess the learning outcomes of students on a regular basis, and if you see that this inequality increases, then you have to take actions for it. I think we have a Slido.
Yes, Filippo, thank you very much for your inputs. First of all, it was a very interesting topic that we are addressing today in this session. And I see that there's a lot of movement in the chat box as well in terms of questions and comments about your presentation. I'm wondering, Filippo, if you would like to just give a few answers to those questions first, and then we go on with the poll.
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
Would you like to answer some of them? For example, Hulusi Karatash is asking, how will you monitor regularly teacher competencies, for example?
I think there should, I mean, for given the number of students and teachers, you cannot externally assess every time their competences. So what you can have is a process where you set up self-assessment methodologies where the teachers have to actually assess themselves over the framework, co-assessment where you ask teachers to actually assess each other in partnership, and external assessment done or not on a regular basis, but you can actually have randomly, in the sense that you use statistical framework, statistical calculations to identify you have to assess on a regular basis for each different area, and then you actually cross these three type of results. So you cannot only assess externally because you will never have the resources, but you need to introduce in the school the concept of self-assessment for teachers. That's why it's very important that you define policies which are not punitive, and you cannot say, I mean, I assess teachers and those who do not reach a certain level, they don't get the increase in the salary, because this way, I mean, the whole system will collapse. If the assessment does not reflect the real competence of the teachers, then it's not going to be useful.
Okay, thank you, Filippo. I have a raised hand here, so if you would like to just answer this question that's going to be asked by Dr. Salva Kotb, I'm going to unmute you so you can pose your question, and I invite all of you to raise your hands if you have any other questions. Thank you. Dr. Salva, can you speak, please? Are you able to unmute yourself, Dr. Salva? All right, in the waiting, we can wait for her to unmute herself and to see if we can have her question. I have here in the chat box another question for you, Filippo, if you don't mind.
No, sure.
Bob Mahay is asking how to include persons living with...
Yes, you hear me?
Oh, yes.
You hear me?
I can hear you. Dr. Salva, thank you very much for raising your hand. You have the space to ask your question or to add your comments if you want.
Yes, thank you. I ask you, distant learning can be easily applied on general education, but technical education that be so hard because it's practical.
Yeah, of course, there are some limitations. I think, if I'm not wrong, there is going to be interesting presentation after which will mention the case of technical education also applied through distance learning. There's a manual component which we will never be able to actually replace. So even when you have distance education, there's part of the work that has to be done in school or in companies. But what is usually done is to have a blended form of learning. So where whatever you can implement through distance learning, you do, and then you have some hands-on session, practical training in specific environments. And this is a way of ensuring effectiveness in education, because then you need a much more limited number of schools and practical workshops, because big part of it is done distance education. But indeed, for many vocations, there's no way you can avoid the manual training.
Okay, Filippo, thank you very much. Let's do this. Let's move on with the poll. Otherwise, there's not going to be time for other questions to the other speakers. So I see there's a lot of raised hands, but please be patient and we will answer later on if you want. Thank you very much. So again, you see on your screen the Slido platform with the QR code that you can scan. So we can move on to the poll. So there's a question that I would like Filippo to comment on the results. I'm going to show it just now. So yes, Filippo, go on with the question, please. Thank you.
So, I mean, I've presented a number of pillars of digitalization in education, and the idea we wanted to ask you, for you, what is going to be the biggest challenge in the process of bringing forward this type of reforms? So if you see these different elements, which is the one that you think is going to be more complex for ministries and for governments, for schools, for families, and which should be, of course, the priority to be addressed? I'm not surprised by teachers' competences. As I said before, you can invest a lot in training, but you need to be aware that you might need to wait for some years before you really have, at systemic level, a coherent mass of teachers who can introduce digitalization in education. This is not sufficient, and that's why the standards are important. You cannot just say that teacher has participated into the training, which means that now he can actually do it. This is not the case. I mean, it should be outcome-based. You need to check, assess the teachers, and really be aware that he is capable or not. The pedagogy is linked to that. I mean, the fact that you really need to understand how you can implement the pedagogy. And this is both from teachers, students, and families, as I mentioned before. For the rest, is more or less slightly a bit more in terms of equity and social inclusion as a challenge compared to the other ones. I think the creation of digital content, everybody is more or less confident that you can find enough stuff on the internet or that you can easily produce it. So I think really is for the teachers is the main issue. I mean, talking about a forum which is made of center of excellence, I think the participants are quite well aware of what could be the challenges in the school. So I think this is a very significant answer.
Okay, Filippo, I see there's really a lot of questions for you and addressing the topic. We need to, yes, please.
I would say that it could be that part of the answers will come from the next two presentations. So we could have the presentations and then introduce the questions to the next session of question and answer. And in any case, I can reply, let's say, offline to all questions which you don't manage to reply and send to you, so you can share the answers to the participants later. Those we do not manage to cover live.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Filippo. Thank you very much. I will just move on to the next speaker. We have the pleasure today to have Luis de la Torre Cubillo, who is the founder of Unilabs, and he's going to show us today a simulation of the Unilabs. Luis, are you connected with us?
Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me.
We can see you and hear you, yes.
Great.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen instead of using this one.
Okay, go on.
Okay. There it goes. So I hope you can see my presentation now.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So yeah, thank you for the introduction, Valentina, and also thank you to all the Skillman people and staff who invited me to give a talk here. It's a pleasure for me. So I'm going to talk about Unilabs, which is a network of remote laboratories based on IoT technologies. Unilabs stands for University Network of, I think I can minimize this. Yeah, that should be better. It stands for University Network of Interactive Laboratories. The previous presenter already talked about the importance of making learning interactive in digital and distance context. So this is what this presentation is about. And it is focused particularly on technical and STEM education. So that is also related to the question that Dr. Salva made before. So this is the index I'm going to follow in the presentation, just 3 points. First, I'm going to present the problem, and then I will introduce the conceptual solution that we are using for several years now with Unilabs, and then I will move and make a short live demonstration on some of the remote and online laboratories that we use in this network. So of course, the problem is well known, and it was already stated by Dr. Salva, as I said, and it all comes from the fact that STEM and technical subjects require hands-on experimentation, right? I think this is something that we can all agree on. Nobody's going to reply here, I guess. But what happens when you have a context in which your students cannot perform hands-on experimentation? For example, the situation we have already with COVID situation and so on. There are other situations, of course. For example, my university, which is a distance education university, faces this problem every day since it was founded like 32 years ago. So we are a university that is focused on online and blended learning. And there are, of course, more and more universities going to this educational model nowadays. Since several years now, there are more and more universities that are appearing or moving their learning process to a blended model. Moreover, in my university and in other distance education universities like the Open University in the UK and others, not only the students perform at least part of the learning process at distance, but they are also geographically scattered. So for example, in UNED, we have students all over the country, all over Spain, but we even have students in South America, in many of the capitals in Europe, in London, in Berlin, and so on. So of course, you need to wonder, how can you enable these students to perform technical education and STEM education with laboratory practices to feel that very important part in these subjects? There is even more problems there. In our university, again, students usually have jobs because they are adults already, and they also usually have family, and they have family obligations. So these two things also make it very difficult to, get our students to do the laboratory practices in a very fixed schedule in a particular location, because they have a lot of restrictions in their agendas. So these are all things that you need to have in consideration. And then on top of that, of course, is the current situation with COVID, in which you cannot just gather 30 people in the laboratory to make laboratory practices in the traditional hands-on way. But let's forget about all these problems, and let's just think on an ideal world in which, when a teacher says, I want all of you tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the laboratory to make the laboratory practices, and every single student is able to go to the laboratory. Even in this ideal world, in this case, I think there are problems that we can solve or fix, at least partially, to make the learning process in technical and STEM practical education smoother and better. So this is a narrative, this is an imaginary situation, but it is quite common it happens quite often. When I was a student like 12 years ago in the university or 13 years ago, this happened all the time, either to me or to some of my colleagues. So here we have two imaginary students, Amanda and John, and they are in the laboratory practice in the lab room. So Amanda says, "Hey John, we are lab partners today. Let's start. Have you read the lab practice today?" And the first problem comes here when John says, "Oh, I totally forgot." But well, okay, Amanda says, "That's okay, I did it," because, you know, girls are usually more active in these kind of things than we boys are. And she says, "Let's see, where the hell is the power button on for this thing?" And John says, "Wait, I'll call the teacher." So this is a second problem they are facing. First one is they did not come well prepared enough to the lab. And the second one is they face some problem when using the laboratory equipment because they couldn't find a button or connect the wires or whatever. And they have to wait for the teacher to answer the doubt they have on how to proceed with the experimentation. And Amanda says, "Yes, I'm afraid he's busy with other students." So John says, "Yeah, well, let's wait." So, you know, the clock ticks and the time goes by. And finally, the teacher is free because he has already answered to the questions to the other students in the lab. And he goes to Amanda and to John and says, "Okay, guys, so haven't you started yet?" And John says, "Well, we managed to turn this thing on and to connect the wires, but now we have a doubt." And Amanda says, "Yeah, we do not know how we are supposed to measure this thing, you know, whatever they are doing." And the teacher says, "Well, that's too bad. You only have, you know, 1 hour and a half for this lab session, and it's been 20 minutes already since we have started." And John says, "Damn, can we stay longer to make sure we have time to finish the experiment, please?" And the teachers, of course, says, "I'm afraid not. I have to give a lecture after this lab session because, you know, teachers are, we are usually quite busy and we also have our schedule." And Amanda whispers to John, "I wish we could have more lab time." And I think this is a very important part of what I'm going to present. The online laboratories are not meant to substitute hands-on traditional laboratories, but to complement them. And one of the most important things that they offer to the students is that they give them much more laboratory time to, you know, get all the data, all recordings, whatever they need, familiarize with the experiment, and so on. So what's the conceptual solution? What is this whole idea of online remote labs and so on? Well, so if you are thinking on online education or blended education, of course, as it was mentioned before, this implies having some educational resources online. So you can have, you know, documents, PDFs, videos, you can have quizzes, a forum to make it more interactive and spark the debate and so on. But all these educational resources that you have are very good for general education. But if you have a STEM or technical education, then you also need to think on this part, on the laboratories, on practical education. So that's where online experimentation comes. So my point is, if you have online education in STEM or technical subjects, then you also have to enable some kind of online experimentation to make this online learning complete. So what's the idea on online experimentation? Well, hands-on experimentation is something that I guess all of you are familiarized with. You have the actor, in this case, the student that goes to the laboratory, to the room, and then through, you know, manually or through a computer or whatever, but in the same place, he manipulates the laboratory equipment, and through the direct feedback, he receives or she receives the data and so on. Well, online experimentation is actually the same, but you get the student outside the laboratory. And in the middle, you have the network communication, so internet, and also the computer that the student is going to use, or the tablet or whatever, and also some software in the middle in the lab, which is able to talk to the information, the communication system through the internet and the laboratory hardware. And also, of course, you need usually some cameras there to also provide some visual feedback to the student to make him feel a little bit more like in the lab and give him some information about what's going on visually there in the laboratory. Right, so this is the architecture or the system we are using in Unilabs in UNED. So basically we have the students which are able to access all these online learning experimentation resources through their computers or tablets, cell phones. Of course, cell phones are usually not a good platform to perform laboratory practices because they are not very useful in these cases due to the touch and small screens and so on. But in any case, they can access the online course. This would be, for example, a Moodle course or any other learning management system in which you have all the learning resources and in which teacher supervises the progress of the student and so on. And the difference is that now, instead of just having forum quizzes, PDFs, videos, and so on, you also have the laboratories. So laboratories could be either virtual or remote. We have both versions in Unilabs. Virtual laboratories are just simulations. They are based on mathematical models, so they are not real. And remote laboratories use real equipment in the lab. So in this case, when it is a remote lab, of course, you need the laboratory setup, and there is communication between this laboratory setup to the application in the online course, in the learning management system. And this is basically the structure of how Unilabs works. So what are the advantages of virtual and remote laboratories? Well, first is they are available in 24/7 or can be available in 24/7 if you maintain your remote laboratories correctly. So as I said, this provides students with more lab time, and they also make it easier to your students that may have family obligations, works, and so on to organize their agenda and schedule their learning in a more flexible way. It also enhances accessibility for handicapped people because it is sometimes not easy for some people to physically go to the lab and perform some operations in the laboratory. It also enhances observability since laboratory sessions can be watched by many people and they can also be recorded. And finally, online labs are more safe, of course. These labs are a better alternative than hands-on laboratories for some dangerous experimentations, such as those that operate high-power lasers or radiation experiments and things like that. Right, so it is time to make a very short live demonstration just to give you an idea on how this works. This is another schema on how Unilabs is working underneath. So this is more the technology that goes behind it with some IoT technologies working there and with an IoT platform that manages all the cyber physical systems that we use in the laboratories for the laboratory equipment and so on. Just a quick mention to say that it uses a system called Enlarge from a company I co-founded. So that's the technical part. But let's see a little bit of the feel and look and how it works. So this is basically the web portal for Unilabs, in which several universities, Spanish universities, are involved and participating currently. And we have a catalog of laboratories here, so let's go through it very quickly. These are all examples on process control, on the process control area, because that's what my department is specialized at. But of course, we also have some online laboratories on physics, on optics, on mechanics, and so on, but they are not listed here. So as you can see, there are plenty of laboratories. In each of them, you can see the virtual laboratory, the simulation at the left, and the real remote laboratory version at the right. So that's why in the left, you always have a 3D representation or 2D representation of the system because it is a simulation. And at the right, you always have the image from the camera in the laboratory to provide this visual feedback I previously talked about. So these are some of the examples in our catalog. So let's go to one of the courses. I'm going to enter this one. Here I am, and so you can see these systems we have seen in the catalog I just shown. They are listed here now inside the online course that our students use for this. So we have the ball and beam system, the ball and hoop, and so on. Each of these, let's say, practices or didactical units are divided or structured the same way. So for example, let's go to the Fruta pendulum system. So they have the documentation about the practice, a practice guide, a manual to tell them what the user interface for the virtual and the remote laboratory looks like and what each button does and so on. And then the task protocol with the tasks they need to perform and the laboratory report they need to deliver to the teacher. So that's explained there. And then they have the access to the virtual lab or the remote lab. So the Fruta pendulum is a more advanced laboratory. I'm going to stick, because I'm running out of time, so I'm going to only show one of these two that I was thinking on showing. So I'm going to show the basic one, which is the servo motor. And again, as I said, the structure is the same, documentation, and then virtual lab and remote lab. So if I enter the virtual lab very quickly, then you will see that I have this simulation here and I can start working with it. So as I said, this is a process control system. I can change the input, click on play, and then the motor starts moving and I have my data there. I can change to an automatic control here and set a reference. So if I write 137, then the motor is moving to 137 degrees and should stop there when it reaches the equilibrium point I set here, right? So this is how students work with the application in the simulation. Again, remember, this is a simulation. Everything is based on a mathematical model, and that's what they have. But once they have worked with the theoretical model, then they can move to the real system. And that's another advantage of using both of them, because students first prepare with a virtual system, and once they are familiarized with the system and the process and what they have to do and so on, then they move to the real system. So they optimize and make the most of their time. So if I go to the remote laboratory now.
Luis, 1 minute left. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, that's perfect. So I connected to the remote lab. Actually, I am like 40 kilometers away from this laboratory right now. I am at home and I live at that distance from the laboratory approximately. So, okay, now I can choose to move the motor by entering a voltage input, and then the motor starts moving. I can change to automatic control like I did in the simulation, and then say, okay, I want my motor in 115, and then the control should, we're having some video delay right now in the camera because it started a little bit late, but at some point it will catch up and it should go to 115. So there you go. It is more or less at that point, and that's the kind of content and online laboratories that the students could use to support technical and STEM education in this kind of context. So that's all. The rest of the presentation is just the final slide to thank everybody for being here and listening to me, and just my email and a couple of links if you are interested in learning more about this.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you very much. If we are on time later, we will have we will collect some questions from the audience and try to answer them. Now I'm going to give this floor to Chris Richmond from Migrants right away, so we don't waste any time. And I really hope we will have some minutes to answer the questions. Chris, are you connected?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, everybody. Thank you for hosting me. I'm gonna share real quick my screen with you. My presentation will be a lot shorter compared to the others. I will answer to 5 specific questions that were asked to me. So the strength of migrants, how do we track the evolution of the training program? How do we personalize the training program for the trainees? How we validate the skills and the level of mastery, and the partnership that we have set with external partners. So before starting, I want to present myself. I'm Chris Richmond Z. I was born in Ivory Coast in '85. I had the privilege to be adopted when I was a kid. I grew up between Switzerland and the United States, graduated international rights and diplomacy, and I worked for 5 years from 2010 to 2015 as a strategic analyst for a private agency of the European Commission. So I was just tracking the data to better understand the future trends of immigration flux towards the external borders of the EU. I resigned in 2015 to build Migrants, and as the brand says, Migrants is dedicated to immigrants in general in Europe and worldwide. So the first question, it's about who we are. So Migrants is a for-profit startup incorporated in Italy back in 2017, and we grew up a lot the last 3 years. And today the team is composed by 12 people. Let's say that 70% of the team is women, and 75% of the team is third country nationals, so not Italian citizens, but we are from everywhere in the world. Our strengths. Technically, Migrants is a web app, so no need to download an application from the store. You can access from mobile, from desktop, from tablet. And we deliver 3 specific services: information, training, and career placement for asylum seekers and status holders and immigrants in general. And we decided to use what we call microlearning as methodology. So we deliver small bites of contents in 3 languages, and everything is based on model quizzes. So trainees can choose which kind of topic to take, and they have some simple quizzes. So they have a question, they read the question, they choose the option of answer they think is most correct one. If they got the correct answer, they collect a point. If they got a wrong answer, they receive a formative feedback to better understand that specific concept. Obviously, we track all the activities from all the trainees. So based on the data, trainees can track the evolution of their training program, and they can see how many modules they completed, average time to finish each single module, correct percentage of answers, and collected points. And obviously, when they achieve a level of mastery, they collect what we call open badge, and they can share the badge with third parties. But the best thing, according to me, that we succeed is the fact that all the data are necessary to build what we call the dynamic CV. So instead of working on self-assessment and ask to our trainees what kind of background, skills, or interests they have, we use the data and the evidence to generate a profile of skills, soft skills, hard skills, language evaluation, and the CV gets up to date every single time trainees take activities on the platform. So the CV that trainees had last week probably will be different from the CV that they have today, and the CV that they have today will be different from the CV that we have next week. So the whole process is fundamental in order to continue to use the data and to generate some data to track the evolution of the skills of our trainees. And we believe that the main problem between immigrants and service providers in general is the trust. So based on data and evidence, we want to increase the level of trust between our trainees and in general service providers, including private companies, corporates, and financial service providers such as bank, insurance, or householders. How do we track the evolution of the skills? As I was saying, everything is based on data. So this picture right here shows the data and the activity of 30 different trainees for the same module. So this is interesting according to me because right here we see the performance, and we can really understand that some trainees show a high level of mastery. So they show already existing background, so consciousness, knowledge, or skills. But we also see some trainees that start with a low or practical zero level of skills or knowledge, but they have the desire and the ability to increase their performance during the time. So trainees can repeat each single module more than one time, and we can track the evolution. Obviously, there are also some forgiveness. So it is also interesting for us to understand when they start forgetting some concept and propose a topic or activity before they start forgetting some things. But here we also understand and see other attitudes such as motivation, perseverance, or dedication. Those are kind of information that are highly valuable according to us, but really hard to track and to measure and include in a CV. And using the data, it's easier for us to really track those kind of attitudes and to measure them and to use it for a social and career placement purpose. So this is the way we really understand the level of mastery of our trainees and also the proficiency. So the difference between the last attempt and the first attempt for a specific activity. Don't forget that we have more than 8,000 single module quizzes. That means more than 100,000 single questions. And those are the part of the data that we collect. And based on those data, we can really understand also the areas of strength, areas of weaknesses, interest. And those are fundamentals information that we need to personalize the training program and also understand the most, let's say, prepare trainees according to the skills that is requested by the labor market shortage. So how do we personalize the training program? First of all, in the registration process, trainees can choose whether they want to get access to information, whether they want to get access to training program for career placement, or they want to get access to entrepreneurial contents. So if they choose placement, they can obviously also choose which kind of role they aspire to. And based on their selection, they will get access to specific contents on hard skills, soft skills, and language evaluation. And all the contents are based on the labor market shortage. So before creating and building the training program and the contents, we made a deep market research on the Italian and European labor market shortage to better understand which kind of industry sectors and roles private companies were asking. And we build the contents especially to fulfill that labor market shortage. But it's also true that trainees can switch from information to training to entrepreneurship when they want. They can switch languages. And obviously, we trying to evolve from micro-learning into adaptive micro-learning. So the platform updates the contents based on the quality of the training program and also on the decision taken by each single trainee. So even if two trainees take the same professional destination, they will probably have different contents based on the quality of their training program. So this is how we're trying to personalize the training program, giving also the opportunity to our trainees to get less effort in terms of time and get access to high quality contents everywhere they are. Another question is, how do we validate the level of skills? So I showed to you before the data that we have, but in this case, I want to show you what we call the assessment. For each content online and training program, we have several modules of quiz, and at the end of the training program, there is an assessment. So trainees can choose whether to skip all the contents, the training contents, and jump to the assessment and assess the level of mastery and the level of skills. In this case, the assessment is composed by 10 or more single questions, but trainees need to complete that specific activity within 5 minutes with at least 70% of correct answers. So here you have some examples about specific questions. You see the time that is running out. And obviously, if trainees complete successfully this kind of assessment, they achieve and collect their open badge. And the open badge can be shared, as I said before, with third parties. So, as I said before, we don't work on self-assessment, but we continue to work on continuous validation. And it's also true that if you don't complete successfully the assessment module, you can repeat just the same assessment module within 7 days. So you need to wait a week before taking the same activity, and during that time you have the opportunity to go back on the training contents to empower yourself. Partnership that we don't really have a lot of partnership, but we have some partnership with let's say private companies, corporates. First of all, because they already know what kind of skills and profiles they're looking for. So we co-produce some specific contents with the corporates to really have a better link and a fastest way to match or already available skills on the platform and on the database with skills requested by the labor market shortage. But as you can see with Junior Achievement, we made some partnership to create some entrepreneurial contents and also entrepreneurial support. With team, we work to create some contents dedicated to the basic skills on digitalization, but we also have some other projects with Biostuff, UNICEF International, and Goodwill. And we also trying to seed in other markets. So with Goodwill, we're working in Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya to improve the quality of contents and delivering free of charge contents for every single potential and aspiring migrants. So we have the desire somehow to, innovate the Italian European asylum system. And we also have, the ambition to create what we call intellectual corridors to give the opportunity to immigrants worldwide to move from their country of origin to a third country destination because of the skills that they possess and they own. So we want to match available skills with skills requested without any restriction, creating a legal framework and a safe framework where people can move freely as we do together and today with, let's say, the goods in general. So a lot of things happen in those 3 years, but we believe that we have another bigger challenge in front of us. And yeah, even if we are dedicated to support immigrants, especially, we also understand that technically this kind of process can be replicated also in other targets that are not immigrants, but could be needs or people need to be relocated somehow in the labor market shortage. So thank you. And I hope that everything was pretty clear, and I'll be available for further questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. Indeed, your presentation was very concise. Thank you very much for making it short. So we have time now to collect some questions and try to answer them. So especially because these both were very interesting examples. So I expect to have a lot of interaction at this point. It is time to raise our hands if we want to ask any questions at all. I see one question first from Maria Ribeiro in the chat box to you, Chris.
Yeah.
Have immigrants had success to find jobs after the training?
3 years later, as I said before, we have more than 90,000 active users per day online. We identify more than 11,000 high-skill profile, and we support 1,700 matching between talents and available career placement.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. I see a raised hand, Mohammed Yadak. I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself and you can go on with your question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. In fact, my question to the previous, Mr. Lewis, and about distance learning. Well, no doubt that any approach has advantage and disadvantages. Of course, distance learning now, we need it in this, what we live in COVID-19. But at the same time, even technical education by virtual lab, as Lewis described his paper, will also be applied. But the question is, in my opinion, how to balance between the advantages and disadvantages in distance learning. Particularly not only in technical education, also in general education, even it's more applicable than technical education. But in fact, we have to be balanced in this approach. Many things we will, the students lost, for example, the social will be lost. You know, the individual differences between students, they are not, in this case, they're not addressed. You know, some people learn by work, some people learn by touch. So distance learning, we have to be conservative. That's my, in fact, opinion about this. We not go it as it, but in like this conditions that we live now, well, it will be okay. But generally, I think we have to rethink about distance learning. Even it's, of course, no doubt that has much advantages, but at the same time, we have to balance it.
Thank you very much, sir. Filippo, do you want to comment on what he just said about distance learning, please? We cannot hear you now. Still cannot hear you? Okay, now yes.
Okay. Distance learning has been studied for many years, so there are many researches about it, and there's more or less a consensus that it's blended learning that really brings the added value. In general, there's a very important element of socialization in learning that it's of course crucial when kids are small or even where they are the secondary, but even when is talking about adults, this is a very important component you cannot keep completely away. However, to link to these and linked also to the presentations, I have to say that adult learning and continuing education is a very easy environment where to start, because it actually fixes many of the challenges. Like if you're actually paying for upgrading your skills, you're going to participate. You don't have to, you don't need justification or particular strong motivation because you enroll because you want to get an additional diploma. And you do have stronger skills and personality that allow you to interact online in a more natural way than a 15 years old. So if a country wants to experiment, or if a school or Central Valley Excellence want to start implementing distance learning, definitely continuing education is an easier environment.
Okay, thank you, Filippo, for your comments and answer. I will just take the very last question to Chris.
May I say something? Valentina.
Yes, what, sorry, Giovanni?
I would like to say something because I was initially a little bit disoriented about the connection among the three presentations. When you, Chris, started to present your work, your solution, then boom, the connection came, great, and I thank you very much, all of you, the three presentations. What I have got in mind after all these three, and I have a question for you, Chris. It's like if you reflect on the movie Matrix, the persons that were conducting not real life, but implementing real skills. And then if you remember that you could be able to charge your skills like Amazon Alexa, call the skills, the capacity of the computer to realize activities. So in a way totally digitalized, your skills maybe could overlap with the knowledges. I don't know the future, but it's just an idea I got in mind. So the question, Chris, is what is your definition of skills? Because you talk about acquisition of skills that are also assessed by data, evidences, but these evidences, I think, I don't know, are connected to the input that the users put in your system that are more linked to the knowledges and not to the problem we have that also Ahmad was mentioning, the capacity to do something, the psychomotricity and the involvement of the physical environment that you need. So we started to discuss how to learn at distance, but then we are reflecting on how will be the future where maybe the distance will be the normal way to live and to interact with the machineries and everything. So it will be a knowledge and a know-how and a competence concrete on something, or it will be just a knowledge to drive all that is around us in the real world, and that will be, I don't know. So the question is for you, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe there is a huge difference between knowledge and skills. And I also believe that we need to work on both sides. It's also true that through migrants, we start delivering knowledge and simple concept to increase the level of knowledge. And we also turn from theory into practice using some real life experiments and also some simulation. And we can also use some different type of quizzes to check the ability of someone to be able to use things and to process some activities. So it's also true that we can better understand if the user can put in line and order a specific process to do something. And this kind of process is based on the previous experience, formal or informal experience, but also on the ability to do things and not on the knowledge. So there is a difference between, according to us, the knowledge and the skills. And yes, we have worked and we continue to work on the several methodologies to really put the trainees in a practical situation and see how we behave. So there is also behavioral situational judgment and assessment that we use, and other tools and methodology that can be helpful to divide knowledge and skills. But as you said before, it's also hard really, and it's also important to implement both theoretical part and the practical part. So for some specific roles, it is important to have, according to me, today in 2020, a physical experience. But we try somehow to, decrease and reduce the gap between those who have the opportunity to move and go somewhere to, have a life experience, and immigrants that somehow are, live in a physical place in a commercial center, and they have no chance somehow to move and get access to, lifelong learning. So we're trying to give them the opportunity to get access to knowledge and skills, but essentially to somehow track their level of background, formal and informal background. So knowledge and also existing skills.
Thank you very much, Chris. I think the time has come to close this session. Thank you very much for attending the session to everyone. I see in the chat box that everybody is thanking Chris Richmond and Luis de la Torre for their outstanding presentations. Thank you, Filippo, very, very much for the organization of this webinar. I will leave you with the final remarks before we get split into the breakout rooms. I'm just going to briefly explain that now we're going to be redirected automatically to some breakout rooms. Those are going to be parallel sessions of different webinars and different sessions. So the first three are going to be one for IVETA, one for the Assembly of European Regions, and one for EAPRIL. And these three rooms are going to have different activities happening within the room. Then we're going to have some in-depth workshops. And finally, we're going to have one room for transnational mobility and learning pavilion. Before getting split into these three rooms, Filippo, please, for the final remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I already made some general remarks from my presentation. I think the two examples were very interesting. They actually identified put very strong added value of digital technologies and digital teaching and learning into different environments. They both focused on ARUS, which I think led to my conclusion that it's a very safe place where to start. You need a lot of flexibility. You need to really see what's the impact of what you're doing, because it has a component of a social exclusion that you have to take care. And you need to understand how much your teachers are able to work on it. I mean, it's a very complex exercise, but it has a long-term added value, which is very strong. So it's very important that at different levels, schools, center of excellence, ministries, depending on the degree of autonomy, they do experiment and they do start. The most important thing for me is really the digital competency as a key competence, because that's the easiest way to assess how are you performing with digital technologies. So this is, for me, is the last key point. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Filippo. So I see that there's a great turnout at this time. We're 109 participants. So as I was mentioning before, now we are entering the breakout rooms. So they're going to be like separate simultaneous and parallel sessions. So just to give a general instructions to what is going to happen now, you will be redirected to the rooms just in 2 minutes. So there's you just keep on the main room, and someone from our internal team will automatically open the rooms, and you will be landed into your room. The room of preference was asked to you by email in the past days. So according to your preferences, you're going to be redirected to one of those rooms. If you haven't expressed any preferences, don't worry, because once the rooms are open, you will be able to choose the room or switch from one room to the other at any time. So again, I'm going to show you the sessions that we're going to have now, starting from 3:30, so in 2 minutes. One first room will be dedicated to IVETA. The second room will be for AER, the Assembly of European Regions. Then we're going to have one session in the April Pavilion. Then we're going to have some in-depth workshops happening in another room. And lastly, we're going to have a transnational mobility and learning pavilion in a separate pavilion. So these are all separate pavilions that are going to take place in just about 1 minute. So feel free to go to attend the pavilion that you're most interested in. All the pavilions will be coordinated by some representatives of those organizations. So do not worry about anything, just stay in this room and you will be redirected automatically. For any issues or anything, please contact us. Someone will stay in this room. So do not worry about that. Everything is being coordinated. Thank you very much.
Here we are. Also a nice cat, I see. You have no
Thank you, Giovanni.
So, I don't see Elena in the room. Or I'm in the wrong room. I think everybody is asking to himself or herself. I'm in the wrong room.
I think we are still all in the plenary.
Okay. So the ones that are not assigned have to select one room. But I think
where do we select them?
No, the menu has disappeared, so means that we are in the room. Yes.
I mean, I think we're still in the plenary.
Yes, you have a menu available in the bar. Written, you can enter. I have the Italian version. I don't know for you. It's written that you can enter in the meeting room and then click in there in the right side in the bottom of your screen. You can find the of the.
Unfortunately, I don't have it. Federica, can you send me the link to my room, please?
Enlarge a little bit the window. If the window is too tight, you cannot see all the buttons in the bottom bar. And then there is a button that is called Other, that is a side to reactions. Anyway,
we don't have.
We don't have the room.
We don't have the button breakout rooms.
But here we are
It's
already
missing in the bar.
Buttons.
Giovanni, we are all stranded.
Okay, I don't know.
In my case, sorry, in my case, I have a button which is called breakout session, and
Yes.
there I can select the particular room.
And that one is that one. It is in the menu Other. In
I
Italian,
don't think that everybody has it. Like yesterday I had it when we tried, but today, for example, I don't have it. So probably somebody has it, somebody doesn't.
Giovanni, I can confirm it. Not everybody has the button. For me, it's the same.
Yeah, for me, it's the same. Yeah.
bug of Zoom. Probably you need to relog to the system in this case. I have no idea because I have this menu where I can get into a room. I suppose here we are in the main room. I see there are still 46 participants that are in this room. Anyway, we can adapt ourselves, changing the program and continuing in this room. That's it. But I think there is some speaker that has to move, and the only one that can solve is the administrator, that is Emiliano. That I suppose Emiliano is still in this room, is the secretariat profile. So Emiliano, can you reactivate the rooms? I don't know, just to switch off and on, probably, I don't know. Or otherwise, I suggest to unlog and to log again. I think this is a bug of Zoom because someone has the button and someone not. So now we are.
For those that pre-applied and if somebody doesn't see the button.
Yeah, it seems the button is not available for everyone. That's very strange.
So maybe they can type in the, it's a bit long, but they can type in the chat and I will assign them. I don't see any other option.
Maybe if you can reactivate again the assignment to the rooms.
Yeah, but that will mean to stop the room that are already running.
Federica, for example, is writing that there is some information that you have opened the group and we have to wait for the assignment. I don't know, Federica, where this message is coming from.
It appears on my screen because I went out and then I came in again in Zoom, and it's written that the host has opened the rooms, but that I have to wait to be assigned to my room.
Wow.
For me.
Okay.
Yes, please type in the chat box which room you want to be assigned to, and I will do it.
Very strange. because I have the button. Now, yeah, I have a button to enter and to choose the rooms, and the other doesn't have. Can we reactivate this function, Emiliano, just to see if it works for everybody?
Yeah, but to do that, I should stop the rooms that are running. There is no.
Okay. Only some participants has been excluded.
I'll do it on the.
Okay.
While it's running.
Giovanni, I tried to refresh and to re-enter in the session, but I didn't find the breakout rooms button. So it's a problem. It's not only a question of something that is not working.
It's a bug of the system. Because
Exactly.
I signed out and logged in, and I see at the top that it's written the host has opened breakout rooms.
Yeah,
Please
the same for
wait
me.
to be assigned. So it is. We don't have a choice, but you need to assign us, I guess.
Yeah, this was what Emiliano was saying. But now that you have this message, you don't have the button in the bottom.
In the bar. Yes, we don't have the button.
No, there is no button.
No.
Okay.
Maybe you are running an old version of the software.
This is
you should update the application to the last release.
Okay. The clients are not updated to the last version, the Zoom client, and some particular GPU couldn't work in this case. Okay. There are speakers here that are waiting to enter in the room. Urs, are you speaker in another?
No, I'm a participant.
Okay, there is anyone. Can you open the microphone to everybody, Emiliano?
Everybody can open the microphone.
Okay, the question is, there is any speaker that has to move to another room? Apart Elena and Giovanni.
And Manas and Concetta and Giulia.
Okay, which room you have to go, Federica?
I have to go to Transnational Mobility and Learning together with Manos.
Okay, can you move them?
And Luca Marciano as well.
Yes, but I have to do it one by one.
Yes.
So I'm doing it.
It's incredible.
Federica, I don't see you in the list.
Okay, start to move Manos, Andreadis.
Well, I'm talking, so I should be in the list of participants.
Giovanni, maybe we can clarify what is going to happen in this room. So maybe
I don't see Manos.
This is not a room. This is the plenary session. We need to move to the room. For example, Elena.
Fabio, this is the waiting room.
Yes, exactly. You are right, room. Urs is the right definition. This is the waiting room.
Still 39 persons waiting.
Stranded.
And the only one that has the power to move people is the administrator. There is only one profile administrator. The others are co-administrators and cannot.
I think if we can't be moved, I think we are taking Giovanni for an exchange.
I would say we could continue here, but I'm afraid I'm scared. But people in the other room are waiting.
I know.
Yeah, but
we can. Elena, can you move there? No, you cannot move. I can go there, and
I need to be moved. Emiliano, possibly.
I don't see you on the list.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to go there to moderate that session. So it's if I'm talking, I should be in the list of participants. So it's very strange.
I don't see any of you.
Yes, Federica is in the list because we can see here.
I can see Manos in the list as well.
Yeah, you see in the list of participants, probably he is looking at another list that we don't.
The room list, the room. Federica, found you now.
Okay, ciao Federica. You will disappear in 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
Perfect timing. Yeah.
Transport is like.
And you don't find Urs Hauenstein.
Oh, sorry, maybe I moved it while he was speaking.
Urs has gone as well.
Good. So I move to the room now and wait for Elena.
Okay. Please, the other ones that are still waiting are. Who else does need to move, please?
You need to move Elena to the room 11, E April Pavilion.
Can you move me, Sebastian, and Turi Lee to Pavilion 10 AER as well?
Ah, I thought I did it already. Save that.
We wrote in the chat box, both me, Johanna, Luca, and Turid, Fabio.
I see that also the room 11, there is only one participant. So probably many of the participants that are here can be moved to room 11.
Okay.
Because the other rooms are instead quite populated, I would say. Let me see in the room 10. Wow, 10 is full. 9 is full. So you can move to 11 and someone to 12 also. Good. And Fabio to room 10.
Fabio, I don't see him in the list.
Here. And the room 10 is Giovanni, sorry.
Sorry, 10 AR Pavilion D1.
Perfect.
Bye-bye.
Ah, Fabio, tu eri assegnato alla sala sbagliata. Allora scusa.
No, è colpa mia, ti avevo scritto una cosa io sbagliata sulla chat.
Allora sei a
AR,
ecco,
c'è la 10.
fatto.
Can you move me to room 10 as well?
We are only the 5 last ones.
Room 10 is not accessible anymore. I don't get it.
Because there are too many participants, or because of another issue?
No, some other issue, I guess. Let me check again.
It's not, hello, it's not possible to join room 10?
We are trying.
Fabio, you are now assigned to room 10.
Yeah.
And Sebastian is assigned to room 10 now.
But I'm still here.
Yeah.
And Sebastian as well. No, Sebastian is gone. So Sebastian has worked. Your reassignment. We are now with George.
Jorge Molina.
Jorge.
Yep.
You are looking for the room number 10 as well.
Yes, yeah, because a colleague of mine is one of the speakers, so I would like to.
So, Emiliano, first of all, try to move Jorge to the room number 10.
Jorge, now you are assigned to room number 10.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so now I can see there is the button. Jorge, take a look to the bottom. You should have a button with the breakout rooms.
On the, where? At the bottom part, maybe? Or
you should have share
Yes,
screen.
yes. Okay, I got it. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Emiliano, can you puoi assegnare Brandon, cambiarlo dalla 11 alla 9?
Sì. Non so, dalla 11 alla 9.
Cioè, nella 11 c'è uno che si chiama DR Brandon, lo metti nella 9.
Messo.
Grazie. I guess now we shall wait for everybody to come back to the main room. Just a few seconds. Is everybody back to the plenary? I see more and more participants here. Let's wait for a few moments. Let's also wait for the main host, Giovanni. Let's see if he comes back. Okay, the mobility pavilion is back. I see Manos. The workshop pavilion is back because I see Luana. The self-assessment tool is back because I see Elena, right? Giovanni is also back. Is
Yes,
everybody back?
Thank you.
So did everybody enjoy these pavilion sessions? Any feedback so far, or positive, or any bugs? Giovanni, we cannot hear you.
I don't know you guys, but for me, this problem of the rooms was a nightmare. But anyway, now,
What happened?
okay, we are back in the main room, I suppose, because it's not clear, it's not indicated. A Zoom riunione is written in my window. I don't know. I hope. So
shall we take 10 minutes, 15 minutes break before we start with the next session? Yes. So, all right.
Good.
We'll see you in 15 minutes then.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, so welcome back from the break. Thank you for being with us at 4:45 in the afternoon here, Central European Time. Thank you for staying with us for the whole day. Now is the time, is the fun part. So basically, we are now starting this session about the Skillman Ethical Skill Award. So this is the session that's going to reward one of the candidates of this contest, and we're going to announce the winner just in about a few minutes. All right, I'm going to share my screen. All right, so what is the Ethical Skill Award? So basically, Skillman has been launching this initiative for many years, and it's an initiative that celebrates and recognizes example of excellence in activation of the ethical skills across different environments and different cultures. So every year, we launch this contest that is open to everyone, and that is free of charge, of course, and we ask for contributions for our candidates. This year, the deadline to submit the candidatures was November the 30th, and the winner is going to be announced in this session. So the targets for this specific contest are educational institutions, companies, students and workers, teachers, tutors, trainers, and educational professionals. This year, we have received many contributions, many videos that showcase how the activation of skills takes place around the world. So thank you, first of all, very much for submitting your videos. Thank you for all the participants of the contest, first of all. And yes, it is time to move on and see who is the winner of this year contest. We have a committee member, the CIF committee member, who was asked to evaluate the proposals that we received, because the proposals were really a high number. We received many videos, and two of those videos were selected. You can see them now. The first video who was selected is from Abdullah Al-Araf from Bangladesh. He's from the Institution of Diploma Engineers of Bangladesh, and he submitted his candidature proposing a smart portable soil testing device for farmers to help the local agriculture of Bangladesh. The second candidature that was selected was from Jose Antonio Barros, and his proposal was tackling an endangering problem, a challenge that is affecting the whole modern world, I guess, which is pollution. So those two candidatures were selected by our committee members according to an evaluation system that, if you're interested to know, is published on our official website. So I'm just going to show right now the first video. So the video.
Valentina, before
yes.
you go on, sorry to interrupt this process. Before to go to the video, I would like to say that we have received several outstanding videos and proposals. The ones we see here are the ones prized, but the other one were also very good, but unfortunately we had to select, so the commission had to select. So thank you very much to all the participants. I would say that the other proposals were not the worst, but only one winner. It was our duty to select.
And also, this is not the end of it, because the contest is open throughout all the year. So we encourage everyone to submit their applications even after today. And you're most very welcome to do so, because again, as Giovanni mentioned, the proposals were really interesting, and they're all source of inspiration for other people. Giovanni, shall I go on with the first video so we can show everybody?
Go on.
All right, this is the first video.
Rahat is a trusted advisor. He helps farmers with smart farm management. He wants to know how he can better manage his field. They are using a real-time solution for checking in the field. Smart portable soil testing device with a smartphone app. Rahat can tell Rohim more about the nutrient standard of his field soil and crops, and he knows how to manage them within a second. Today Rahat starts by testing the soil. He takes several samples from Rohim's field and collects the soil. First he measures the soil moisture and then, using pH sensor, he measures soil pH value with the device. When he is ready, he sends the data with the smartphone app, and within a few seconds, Rahat sends advice and recommendation on how to manage his field.
Okay, so this was the first video. As we shown, congratulations, Abdullah Al-Araf, for being selected. Giovanni, shall we give a quick, like a few reasons why he was selected by our committee members?
I try to resume the comments that we have in the evaluation data. This project was interesting because conjugate the skills of the farmers in doing their own job, not forcing the soil with one missing attitude, and trying to teach to them using these technological solutions to understand how the soil can be used in an optimized way. And so this is a connection among the technological skills and the green skills that we promote. It's also important, was commented by some evaluator, that the initiative is connected with the research labs that implement something for this process. So the putting together these parts, the research and the skills improvement of the beneficiaries, the final beneficiaries, is what we discuss as fundamental for the centers of vocational excellence to grow up. So this one, these were the reasons why this project was selected as a finalist for this award.
Okay, thank you, Giovanni, for your words. Let's move on to the next candidate that was selected. I'm just trying to move on with the slide. Okay, so the second candidate that was selected for this award is Jose Antonio Barros from Portugal. He's basically part of an organization, Teatro Metafora, that has been working for years in the fight against pollution. He says that he lives in a small island, Madeira, that is surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, and their island is basically lives on tourism. So the lack of awareness by tourists in the preservation of the environment has caused them many, many problems. That's why with his organization, they're trying to fight this challenge. And he sent us a video right about that I'm going to show just now.
We are Teatro Metafora.
them to activate the following skills.
To make them responsible consumers who understand how important it is to buy only things they really need, and to reuse, remake, and recycle.
To change their habits about making and dividing trash, and to refuse the products which has plastic and buy plastic free.
Promote green thinking and motivate them to live a sustainable lifestyle.
To show them creative ways of upcycling and put them doing and discovering new perspectives on how trash can be used. Our suggestions, which are already practiced and evaluated, are
raising awareness about the pollution problems under the project called Green Steps.
Collecting trash and making art pieces from it.
Making eco-marathons, which means camping and collecting trash at the same time.
Making workshops about how to become less consumeristic and more responsible.
What resources are necessary to implement our method?
We need human resources.
Trash and tools to make upcycling products.
Media platform to promote activities.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much also for the comments on the chat. I see my friends from India. So I see, Valentina, there are both the authors of the candidatures. We can ask to them a comment. I see Abdullah, and I think that for Teatro Metafora, Ani, is you representing Teatro Metafora here. Yes? Good. So you can open the microphone and make a short comment, and then we will present the final results with the winner and the second place prized project. Maybe we have to invite them. Just a moment. Now.
Okay. Do you listen me? You hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for this amazing evening, first of all. I'm very happy to be here with you. Jose unfortunately could not join because he is working right now, but we are happy that we are recognized in this amazing event. And I want to also congratulate another winner. And yeah, we are doing our best to do everything what we can do in the small island, and we are using trash to make art pieces. So in the beginning for me, when I joined this organization, was really unbelievable, because I thought this is crazy, they are crazy people, but now I'm part of them, and I really believe that with our small actions we can do a big influence and make big impact.
Very
so
good.
Thank you very much.
And yes, this is what was discussed among the evaluators in charge to identify the best examples for the prize. And the aspect was your strong impact on the social dimension, connecting people with the real problems and giving them evidence of possible solutions in the waste management. And this was the particular aspect that attracted the attention of the jury. So Abdullah, do you want to make a comment, please?
Sure. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much for give us this opportunity. We are very much happy from Bangladesh. Actually, you all know Bangladesh is a mainly agricultural country. So, so me and my friends try to do something for our farmers. So we developed this portable soil testing device for our rural area farmers, who are most of the time they do not have enough technological access for. So here we have lots of opportunity to work. And I thank you, Institution of Bangladesh IDB. They give us the opportunity to work in their lab. We develop this device and we try to help our farmer because farmers need our support, because we are we are technological people, should work for society. So thank you, Skillman, give us this opportunity. And also I thank you another candidate who got the opportunity from Portugal. We are very much happy. I hope you all are support us in this our project, in make it to next level. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Abdullah.
Valentina, we are going to the final slide, I think. That's right?
Yes, we are going to announce who got the first place and who got the second between these two selected projects, the one from Portugal and the one from Bangladesh. Giovanni, I need a suspense music. Can you put it on?
Don't hear the music?
Okay, now yes. All right, so it's a big pleasure for us to announce the first place and the second place. 3, 2, 1. Oh, just a second. Technical problem, no problem. Just a second.
Valentina.
I'm trying to
know who is the winner. Big applause.
So Portugal is the official winner with their project, with Teatro Metáfora and their amazing contribution in fighting pollution. And again, the same way, Abdullah Al-Araf from Bangladesh, you are the second, but still very, very important is your contribution with the local agriculture of your country.
Anyway, both of projects will enter in our annual repository of prize projects, and we hope that you will be of inspiration for the next years. We invite you to show to everybody that you are in the prize projects of the Skillman 2020 award. Thank you very much. Thank you and congratulations.
Yes, I think, Giovanni, the music is enough for now. All right. Please. Okay, very good. So I think it's time to move on to the next session. Actually, we are a little bit beforehand the time schedule, so it's very good news. I will need some support from the technical team in letting me know if we are ready now to open the 2 rooms that are predicted for this time schedule. Can anyone help me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all right. So what is going to happen now is that we're going to open 2 parallel sessions as we did right before this one. I am going to Okay, so the first is going to be pitch presentations. The room is going to be moderated by Fabio Croci, who is with us today. And then the second session is best practices and lesson learned in TVET from the world. So these 2 sessions are going to happen simultaneously, starting from a couple minutes from now. And we're going to be connected for until 7:35, 7:40. Yes. So I will ask the technical team to open the rooms, and for all the participants, you don't need to do anything. You were already assigned to one of these 2 rooms according to your preferences. If you have
I'm sorry, pre-assigned too strongly.
Okay, you moved Valentina in some room. She is alone now talking. So we can proceed with moving all the members in their own rooms. Or we have the same problem like before?
I guess we do, but I would suggest to quickly update the application to the ones that were not able to see the button before. Otherwise,
So probably they are already aware about this problem. The ones that have not the button available to enter in the rooms is because of their own obsolete Zoom application. They have to download the last version of Zoom application. Anyway, now we have to move someone to room 16. Valentina is back.
I am back because I'm looking for the moderator of the session.
Okay.
Yeah, it's me, but I'm still here. I don't know. I haven't been assigned yet.
Okay, it's a disaster.
Seems my name doesn't work well for the prayer.
You were assigned like before and can't find you.
Elena, can you give a hand on that room for moderation, please?
Yeah, I have the presentation to share, so I.
So Emiliano, we need to do this now. Okay.
Oh, Federica moved.
Amazing. All right, I'll be back.
Like before, please write in the chat the room that you would like to join if you cannot press the button.
I'm going to check for you. So Yanis is here or is moved? Let me check. Okay, he's moved. Then Antonius is moved. Fabio is moved. Good. Yasser is moved. And Stefania has moved. And Bojan has moved. So the room 16 is already filled with the speakers. Now you have the room 17. Regina is there. Mohammed is there. Okay. Tarikul. Is there. And Victor. Okay, all the speakers are in the right rooms. We need to move participants to the room number 16. 16. Because room 17 is already filled. There are still 21 participants here that seems not able to move by themselves in the room.
Ho segnato tutti.
Speakers. My name is Fabio Conosci. I'm the project manager of Skillman, but I'm not acting now as a project manager. It is on my duty to coordinate and moderate all the speakers. Okay, welcome also to Giovanni. Now you are here. Giovanni, just for your knowledge, I cannot see Yasser, our friend, who is supposed to make a presentation, I think. Are you aware of yes? Was in contact with Federica a few hours ago, asking the process to move from one.
Fede. Do you have any news from the other room? Okay, let's just wait. Okay, the participants from the other room are joining us in just a few minutes. Just try to be patient, just a few minutes. Here's everybody. Okay, they're coming back. Sorry for the waiting. Let's wait for everybody to be back in the plenary room for the closing remarks. How was the session, Giovanni and Fabio?
Wow, it was very interesting with outstanding examples of the connections of the work of the Skillman members and affiliated entities and Skillman Alliance partnerships that deploy very interesting projects and initiatives and that ensure the collection and the production of the right and useful information and know-how that the Skillman network needs to go on and to deploy its mission. So I think we are in the plenary now. If you confirm that everybody...
Yes, we are ready for the closing remarks, Giovanni.
I see the counter that is still increasing the number. We have to wait a few minutes probably that everybody come in the room. I see that the counter is changing even now. The way back is usually working well than to go into the room. So time is finished, and I don't know, Valentina, there is some organizational, some practical information that you have to give to participants for now or for tomorrow to join the session of tomorrow.
Yes, just one quick remark. Tomorrow we're going to have the second day of the conference with a very rich agenda for tomorrow as well. So we'll be starting from 9:20. So please connect again. Please use the same link that you used today. The link is going to be the same for tomorrow and for every session of the day tomorrow. These are all the technical details that I had to share, Giovanni.
Thank you very much. Elena, do you have any communication for participants? No. Okay. No, we don't hear you. So Emiliano is reminding everybody to download the latest Zoom release to avoid this problem that someone do not have the button to move into the specific rooms when we activate the breakdown rooms for the sessions. So please go to Zoom and download the last installation of the Zoom application. Otherwise, if you access from the browser or if you don't have installed the Zoom application, it's not possible to move quickly to the splitted rooms. Well, this morning we started with an overview on the systems with the relevant speakers that cover positions that give us this understanding at a systemic level of the connections among the TVET and excellence. That were the question we tried to answer about what it means excellence in TVET. Outstanding speakers given evidence of research is very important research in maximum level of existing literature in the field with such supranational bodies that have a very deep understanding on this field. Then we also have had the opportunity to see experiences on the field that I have found really interesting, especially the three examples starting from ETF example and digital laboratory online, and the other example concerning the labor market and the connection with the migrants' skills and a practical way to provide the opportunity to develop or to acknowledge existing or coming new skills for migrants. I think that this example gave us the opportunity to reflect even on the future in terms of what we need looking at these challenges that we have seen presented. Then networking opportunity for us, seeing what happened in other countries outside Europe or other countries for my friends that are not resident in Europe, and looking at the projects that we are driving in Europe. So I think making in Zoom, making not a conclusion but a reflection, it was for me a very rich day in terms of inspiration and ideas that I have got, and also great satisfaction to see how our team has worked properly to set everything for the participants. Thank you very much for the efforts that have started 2 months ago. And I know that the team is under stress for this reason, because this experience of a full online conference is very, very heavy. Anyway, tomorrow morning we have the second round with very important speakers that have a little bit more academic approach. And I think that even tomorrow will be a very interesting journey. Now, of course, our Asian partners for the majority are not online because it's late there. I hope that we will see each other tomorrow morning and the same link like today, and that we will be fresh to have fresh discussions and to have to succeed at the maximum way possible. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you and bye-bye.